Welcome in, guys, to the exciting 9th episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Hope everybody's doing amazing today. Before we get into things, we're going to go through our house rules, our recaps, our introductions, and all the fun stuff. That way we can get to the actual fun stuff. First and foremost, as always, if you guys are familiar with this adventure, if you've ran it or played in it, if you know what's going to happen, don't spoil it, because everybody's going to be hanging out and chat with you. I'm going to be hanging out and chat with you. And we're looking to not get it spoiled so we can give you guys genuine reactions. Okay, just making sure this thing is on. I was like, wait, if I'm muted right now, that's going to be really embarrassing. I'm familiar with this. Ace, you spoil it, I swear to God. I'm just kidding. You made me lose my train of thought. It's okay. Hey, there's a lot of rules. This is D&D, baby. There's a lot of rules, and sometimes we might forget some stuff. Or we may kind of be like, yo, that was super dope. So we're just going to let it roll because it was awesome. So try not to get too caught up in all the rules and stuff. There's a lot of them. You were muted. Don't lie to me. You're gonna make me panic. It's fine. And then let's try not to judge people based on their character choices or knowledge of the game. Like I just said, D&D has a lot of rules, and then sometimes we're super into role playing. I'm super into role playing, and sometimes I don't make the smart choice. I make the dope drama, oh my gosh choice. So let's try not to judge people based on that. And then before we do our introductions and a recap, I remembered this time. If you guys want to catch these episodes after the fact, we're obviously streaming them live on Twitch here. But you can catch them on the YouTube. If you do !YouTube in the chat, it's there. And then if you're watching on YouTube, if this is after the fact, hey, we do these live sometimes, friends. So feel free to pop in on the Twitch channel and check them out. I'm actually going to pin this YouTube thing. Beautiful. All right, sweet. Well, y'all, I am Vincent Page, and I'm going to be playing Nephilim or Liam, your Tiefling Bard. Tiefling Valor Bard. I've not been saying that. I am a Valor Bard, guys. Just by the way.
Yeah, well, when you prove it, we'll see.
Yeah, I got to be Valor-like before I can really...
Damn.
I've spent more time on my back in this adventure than I have anything else. That's not very Valor.
Well, but, it could be Bard-like, depending how you look at it. Anyway, I'm Ace. I'm going to be the DM for the night, so I'll be, a whole lot of people all at once.
I'm Foxy. I do want to wish everybody happy Mother's Day. And I am a changeling warlock who just found great things.
I'm Jason, playing Oz, the Order Cleric. Also, happy Mother's Day.
I am Lady Stuff, playing Kaylin, the Kalishtar Circle of Stars Druid.
And I'm Skynet, playing Tyr Firefist, the half-orc barbarian, and as the others have said, happy Mother's Day.
You don't get him a happy Mother's Day for me. You can guys kiss my butt. I'm just kidding.
Yep.
Just kidding.
All right. Well, it's been a minute since we played, but let's do a quick recap. Last time we played, we were running around a bit in Thither still. Our players kind of playing a little bit of cleanup after getting a bunch of the kids out of Loomlurch. Kind of scattered around, taking care of some random loose ends, having some various conversations. There were some dreams for everybody that kind of gave them some visions, dreams, what have you. And I think a lot of that was just kind of character development that I'm not going to go real far into. But I will say a couple important things that happened. The characters did kind of have a seeing eye to eye moment with Will, where he kind of came to a level that he understood that they were trying to help and not necessarily like against anybody, and so it was kind of a welcoming moment there. But after that, they set out specifically to try and find the Campestries a home. And in doing so, unfortunately, found a corrupt set of Campestry who sent them to a prison because of a trap that one of the hags set. That trap led them to a prison that is located in the Motherhorn, of which I can share this to everybody. And the Motherhorn is this kind of mountaintop theater. It is in the plain of Yon that always storming, it's very dark out, rain clouds, etc. And promptly, our party decided to make a break for it. They managed to break out of their cells. They freed a couple other prisoners, one of them being one of the twin sisters, Glister, from the Witchlight Carnival. She was one of the performers there. She notably wears a costume that is representative of the sun. She also told the party her twin sister is somewhere in Yan, and she wears a costume that very much resembles that of a moon. They also freed another woman who we recently discovered to be Elfie's mother. She's pretty shook up. Looks like she's been neglected for some time, lacking food, energy. She's just kind of, pretty broken down at this point. So they're kind of trying to help everyone escape. And unfortunately, when they did, they made their way out to find the orrery. And I also have a picture of that. And the orrery is this kind of, I'm going to say, this machine with all these astral bodies that is constantly moving. Seems to be powered by some sort of lightning in the center of this room. Very, very large room, high ceilings, and it's always kind of in motion. These things are constantly spinning and twisting, and kind of a danger, really, if you're not too careful about it, because several of these are like, average person height, right? So if you're not paying attention, you could easily get hit by one of things. Unfortunately, the minute they made their way out of the door after making some noise in the prison cells, Liam was grabbed and suspended like that of a marionette, and he was repeatedly struck down, just in this awful show of force by this unknown voice. I think a lot of our party put together who they assumed it to be. But that said, they have not seen this person yet. But with that, we will kind of jump back in with the group. And unlike usual, where I would turn it over to them, this time, Liam laying on the ground unconscious, the party hears that same voice call out. All right, now pick up your rubbish, get yourselves together, make yourselves presentable, and meet me in my meeting chambers, the first door on your left.
Rude.
Okay.
Kaylin is biting back, both like gritting her teeth so loud that it sounds like she's like grinding them really hard, but it's like, I'll see you there. As she bends down to check on Liam with like tears in her eyes.
Yeah, Tyr's gonna walk up to Kaylin and Tyr both and like help Liam get up and look at you both and say, well, I said I wasn't going to rage until I figured out a reason why, but I think I know why I'm gonna do it now.
Does Liam look quite injured still?
I don't know that he visibly looks injured. So the damage he took was specifically psychic damage. So I think a lot of it was like mental strain and things like that. I don't know that there's so much like lacerations or anything like that.
But he's still laying on the ground.
Correct.
Downed.
Correct.
All right, we're going to hit him with a cure wound. So Oz will lean over and recognize that he's not doing great. We're going to roll that for 6. Oh, that didn't send to the tabletop. That was 6 points.
Awesome, thank you.
Elfie's going to also use cure wounds. Based off of my gift of the Metallic Dragon, I get 1 free cast. So I'm going to use the 1 free cast to heal Liam for 6.
And I think while that's happening, Elfie, the woman with you, I think kind of taps you on the shoulder. You can see this look of, I'm going to say kind of distress, this concern on her face. Like you can see very much so like she's recognized something and is very concerned about it. And without a word, without actually saying anything, just kind of gives you the gentle finger over her lips, kind of symbolizing you to stay quiet as she reaches out and touches the mirror you have. As you can see, she's kind of dissipates into a bit of a mist, kind of a smoky shimmer of herself, and vanishes into the mirror. Taking a minute to look at it, you can see her in the mirror, but her physical form is no longer there with you.
Okay.
Similarly, Oz being the one behind the door here, I think you see Glister kind of tuck herself back in this corner and tries to make herself about as small as she can, kind of hiding behind this corner here as she kind of tries to wave you guys on.
Should we bring her with us?
Let's go talk to these hags first and see how it's gonna go. They're probably
With that being said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
so the hags probably aren't going to be too keen to let us walk out of here with these people she's imprisoned for so long. But we should definitely make that part of any bargain we make with them.
With that being said, Elsie's going to tuck the hand mirror gently into his pouch and kind of group up with the party.
Yeah, so I think when Liam wakes back up from his, we're going to call it a power nap, I think he's like, oh, God, I'm really starting to hate these bitches.
How are you feeling?
I've been worse, but that wasn't great. Didn't love that.
Hopefully that doesn't happen again. I think that was a show of force. But they clearly want something from us. Sorry you had to be the one that the message came through.
I think he smiles. I'd prefer it that way. It's fine. And he kind of picks himself up like, yeah, let's go have a meeting. Sounds like a great plan.
Kalen's gonna say, how your hands looking? Look like you could still be a baker at Dream Come True sometime in the future.
Maybe if you show me how.
Sounds good. And then she's gonna, in his head, say, I'll show you how to smack that dough. And then she like saunters past, like, are we going?
I mean, yeah, he's gonna follow her. Good Lord.
Oh man. All right. So what'd she say? Take a left up here and go up the stairs.
I blacked out, I'll be honest. You lead here.
He actually said first door on your left.
Is that so?
That
Up
was the
here?
door.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I don't know. Can we go
Jumping
through
around,
this
right?
middle thing?
Yeah, so you guys
Okay.
are able to go through there. I will denote as you do, you're kind of moving, I'm going to say arguably half speed, right? Like you're kind of going to have to actively watch. These things are spinning around and stuff. Like it's not like they're crazy fast or anything, but like if you just haphazardly were to run out there, you'd probably get hit by one. So you kind of think of it like a revolving door, if you will. You kind of got to watch your pacing and step out at the right time and what have you. That said, those of you looking as you step out there would also notice a familiar face on the far or one of the opposite hallways, rather.
It is Charm.
Do you notice Charm kind of leaning against one of the walls there, just kind of watching you guys move?
Kalen only has to. Oh, Kalen's gone. I want to wait for Kalen to get back before we move forward to the hag's place.
Kalen's up here in front, bub.
I know, but she's not here.
Oh. I was like, what do you mean when she gets back? She's like, sorry. I'm looking right at her. I don't understand. Got it. I'm stupid. Got it.
It's fine.
Sorry, our food timing was
You're good.
bad. It arrived right
You're
after we
fine.
started. Okay, yeah. What's up?
Elfie's gonna kind of run up to her, to Kaylin, and just kind of point out charm and see if she kind of gets the hint to kind of touch base with her.
Yeah, I'm gonna
She can.
try and tap into her
Next.
brain and go, are you friend or foe? Prisoner? Or
That works
pawn?
with willing creatures, correct?
It is. No, it's only creatures that I can see. That's all the stipulation. I believe.
I think-
Let me, I'll double check, but yeah, any creature you can see within 60 feet.
Yeah, I think specifically as you do, you just kind of see her eyes narrow as she turns and walks back down the hallway.
All right. Well. Good talk. Thanks.
Well, I asked her if she was prisoner or pawn, and she said, "Bitch, I'm a crab." Wait, walk on. And she
it would have
crab
been so much
walked
funner
right
if you
on
said
out.
prawn.
I
I
know.
would say-
That was what I
I would
thought
say
about.
let's-
Prawn.
I would say let's go after her, but does anybody else think that's a bad idea right now? Or?
Yes, absolutely. No, don't go down there.
Okay.
I think we should not poke around, lest we.
Not yet.
Yeah.
So I guess Elfie will not be the first one to go through that door.
Kaylin about knocks down the door to get in.
Yeah, and actually the door is actively open. There are 5 chairs notably set around a small raised platform.
God damn it.
You ever take the left one?
Elfie is going to stand behind the chair because last time he sat in a chair, it turned out to be a mimic.
Ain't that right?
That's a good point.
So Elfie is not sitting down.
After you guys make your way in, the door slams closed.
Wee.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I love it here.
Thank you for your hospitality.
And after a brief moment, the curtain pulls back. And you guys, for the first time, lay your eyes on Endlin Moongrave.
He hears screaming.
Oh my
Wait, no,
goodness.
it's the other one. Just kidding.
She's even
Girl,
uglier than the other
Time
one.
has not
And-
been kind to you.
As she steps out, you guys notice a couple things. It seems the kind of pleats in her dress are forms of articulated legs. You notice that she has several arms, and her chest is, like her midsection is seemingly separated from the rest of her body, as there is a constant play of marionettes that are continually in motion as she takes a few steps out towards you. She gestures, please have a seat. Let's get this over with. You've already wasted enough of my time.
I think we're perfectly fine where we're at.
And you can see her wave one of her hands as specifically Liam is snapped to one of the chairs and forced to sit down. And she's, again, I suggest you take a seat.
Kaylin's gonna grab her chair and slowly and loudly move it to the other side, sit next to Liam.
And she takes a moment and she goes, well, seeming as you've all caused me enough of a headache already, I've called you here for one purpose alone. We're going to make this quick and we're going to make this easy, as I have a lot of things to attend to today. The only reason any of you are still standing here is I need a favor. And now that you've forced my sisters here, I don't have the patience to wait for it. So I'm going to utilize whatever I can to achieve this. Are we clear?
Crystal.
And she nods as she kind of slowly, for lack of a better word, I'm going to say kind of scuttles around as the multiple legs of her dress kind of move her around in a small little circle.
Is a
And
good reference for this the way that she moves, like the tarantula guy in Monsters Inc.
Oh, same thing, to be
Yeah,
fair.
like that, but with way more legs.
Ew.
Yeah, no, it's not great. And so she kind of walks in a small circle as she takes some time to kind of look all of you over. Notably, she does not have any eyes, but she kind of walks in a small little circle and takes some time, like seemingly looking over each of you. And she says, "So, my sisters and I are in need of a unicorn horn. Someone has run off with it. We need it. You need to live. You bring me back the unicorn horn, and maybe, just maybe, I let you walk out of here and never have to deal with any of us again so that we can all move on with our lives."
How would we go about finding this unicorn horn? Do you have any leads? Prismere is a large place and difficult to traverse. Do you have a way for us to get to thither or hither or back to yon?
As she kind of gives you like a half-hearted, like backhanded dismissal as she walks by. She goes, "Don't you think if I had a lead for it, I would have already found it?"
A lead doesn't mean an answer. And sometimes even someone as beguiling and intelligent as yourself is preoccupied by matters that are important and take you away from it. So, a lead, I understand you don't have. How about a way to travel?
Well, why don't we start simple here? You don't have a lead, but where was it when you lost it?
And you guys see her pull out this black notebook. And she kind of flips through it a little bit and she kind of reads for a brief moment. She goes, "Well, according to my records, the last one to have it was my sister Bavlorna. But it would seem at some point she's misplaced it, unfortunately. And my skill set only lets me see forward in time. So as far as recovering what happened to it prior, well, unfortunately, that won't work."
Hmm.
Bevlorn,
That's
as you say. We still have the issue of if you are wanting us to travel around and do this errand, which we clearly are interested in, we need a way to get around.
He has this long, exasperated sigh. "You have feet, don't you? Must I provide everything for you?"
I see that your clairvoyance has not explained to you that our feet do not get us through the fog. The fog prevents us.
Kind of chuckles. And I thought you were all a little more powerful than that. Well, I see. And I think she kind of takes a moment, like really studying each of you. And as she does, you guys kind of notice her like jotting things down in the same notebook. But then she goes, "Well, I suppose if you're simply that incapable, I suggest talking to Charm. Perhaps she'll let you use her balloon, and maybe that can help you get around since, well, apparently you can't even navigate the mist by yourself."
Do you know?
Wonderful.
So you don't have a lead on where it is, but do you have a lead on who stole it?
And I think she kind of specifically walks up to Elfie and like gets almost a little uncomfortably close, right? Like just a little bit into your personal space as she really kind of looks you over. And she goes, "Interesting. Stabbed through the heart by an invisible assassin. Interesting." As she kind of jots something down in her notebook before turning to walk away. No, unfortunately, if I knew who had any of that information, this would be a much easier task.
What did she say when she was whispering in front of me?
Stabbed through the heart by an invisible assassin?
Mhm.
And she said, interesting.
She did.
Okay. Ready then.
Well, sounds like we should go talk to Charm. Is there anybody else here we should be speaking with first?
She kind of shakes her head a bit. She goes, well, as this seems to be the only deal on the table at the moment, then it seems that's the only thing you really need concern yourselves with.
Well, there was one more thing. If we help you out, we want the 2 prisoners to be released into our care.
She kind of halts in her tracks. She goes, oh, a second deal.
Same deal,
Mm,
different terms.
Oh, well, come now. Surely that you can understand how that's not reasonable. Your lives, I mean, 5 lives, surely are worth that of one simple item. 7 lives, well, I mean, that seems to be quite the different task, right? I mean, I think we come to a different agreement. Your lives for 1 horn, and if, you know, maybe you do me an extra favor, then you can have the 2 prisoners.
I think Elfie would pitch up first, seeing as his relation to one of the prisoners. He goes, well, how about this? Our lives for the unicorn horn, and we forgive your breaking of this land's rules in attacking us the moment we stepped foot in your home.
She starts with like a soft chuckle that turns into like this wretched cackle that kind of echoes through the room as she, you think I don't own this land? You think those rules have any impact on me? My dear child, I can see the future. I know how I perish. I know how all of you will perish. You think I'm even remotely afraid of you? You think I'm remotely afraid of some threat of some, well, covenless witch? My dear boy, you are simply out of your league.
Elfie's just kind of gonna sit back and take a little bit of a personal attack from the covenless comments and just kind of like sit back down.
Seems to me the simple item isn't so simple if it's managed to elude 3 of the strongest coven of witches that exist around here. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for 7 to 1.
And she kind of shifts her glare as she looks to Oz, and she kind of looks him up and down. Poisoned by a dear friend. Can't say as I expected that. As she kind of turns again and slowly walks away. She goes, well, listen, if you don't want to, bargain for their lives, that's fine. But my offer stands at 5 lives to 1 horn. If you would, care to give up any of your lives in exchange for theirs, I mean, we could work that out, but 5 lives nonetheless. And she kind of takes a moment to look at Liam specifically, and she goes, I could use a new bard. Mine's getting rather stale. He's been here from some time, and, well, I'm growing quite bored of him.
I promise you, this one would bore you just as much. And, if you're looking for someone who can play something of note, let me tell you, the consequences of this man's strumming is not what you would expect.
She kind of shifts her glance to Kaylin for a brief moment, then back to Liam, and she goes, sounds quite tempting. Perhaps you'd like to play for us.
Uh, I mean, listen, I think I have to agree with her. I'm really not up to the task.
How about this? If you would like a sampling of his unordinary delights, what would you offer us in exchange? It's a rare occasion he even would pick up his loot for people he's known for so long. So to ask him to grace your ears with such sound, we shall call it for now. What will we get in return?
And she takes some time to like stride over to Kaylin. And she goes, "Ha, this one's easy. Consumed by their own darkness. Interesting. But my dear, I ask you one simple question. What, pray tell, makes you think that I cannot command him to simply play upon my own wishes?"
Oh, but that would be most inhospitable of you. And reciprocity, where has that gone? Tell me, do they mean nothing to you in your own realm?
In my realm, I simply follow my own rules. But I will say a performance is something I can appreciate. And if that's the case, if, he doesn't wish to perform, that's fine. Again, I have a bard. In fact, a tiefling bard. He serves his purpose quite well, albeit a little stale. I've heard his songs time and time again. But, we move on. As is, the offer stands. 5 lives for 1 horn, 2 more lives for that of a simple favor.
What is it that you're wanting? What favor are you asking of us?
Well, you see, I've recently come into an agreement with this individual who is planning to put on a bit of a play for me. A tragedy, if you will. She's frankly lacking actors. She needs performers. So I think it's only fair for the 5 of you to put in a few hours of work on the stage, and assuming you do a good job, I think it's fair that I could let you walk away with 2 prisoners.
I have a question before we agree to this. It seems to me that your reconvening of you and your sisters is obviously something new. I also got the feeling that each one of your sisters has been plotting some degree against you up until this time. And of course, even if you may not have such ill feelings towards them now, is there something one of them maybe has done to you that we could help right a wrong?
He chuckles. Oh, you sweet innocent child. You must be an only child. Sisters are just that. Sisters. We bicker, we quarrel. Of course we're always out to get each other. Especially when you live as long as we have. It's one of those things that just comes naturally. Unfortunately, the petty squabblings of my younger sisters, well, it's beneath me. I have much bigger things to attend to, and, well, they are part of my coven and they are family, but I can't be bothered by their petty squabbling. I have so many other things. So many other things.
Kaylin's going to, as she's talking with her, do a little bit of a scanning over, specifically trying to look at her eye sockets and seeing if they look like perhaps they once held eyes.
Yeah, I would say at one point, I think you probably get the idea that they did. But now, now she is like this almost mummified figure, this almost like, borderline skeletal, but like there's still like this layer of would-be skin over top of it all.
Kaylin's just gonna say kind of dreamily, one hag sees too far, one not far enough. And you, dear, can't bear to look at all. Huh.
May we have a moment to discuss your offer?
Have you not taken enough time from me already?
I was gonna kind of like look at everybody with this really pained expression of that I feel like most people would get from him is like desperation.
Have we discussed the terms of releasing the shadow in addition to this?
She kind of pauses. She goes, "I'm sorry, a shadow? Am I?"
Yes. I've seen the way your agents work with such inspiring brevity. I didn't get to glance upon them long, but we did run into one of your friends, I suppose, a shadow creature that killed one of Bavlorna's little images while sneaking out with something, it would seem. I was impressed by how well she slid under the radar. But from that time, it all seemed to click that this minstrel here that we have found along the way, he seems to have also lost his shadow, and it certainly seems that it upsets some people, and it's caused us enough trouble that it's worth it to get back, simply to not have to deal with the hassle of people being angry.
She kind of has this like half like curled, like kind of wicked grin as she continues to pace around. She goes, "So now you ask me for not only 5 lives, but 2 additional lives and to release a shadow. Seems for a mighty large ask for a group who seemingly can't even navigate these lands by themselves." He takes a deep breath. I tell you what, I'll give you the 5 of your lives in exchange for the horn. And I'll give you 1 prisoner and a shadow in exchange for performing on stage.
Elfie's gonna chime in here. You keep saying prisoner, but we choose the prisoner as part of this deal.
He cackles. She goes, "Oh, dear child, what makes you think you hold any power in this place?"
She doesn't seem to like me, guys. I'm gonna shut up. I'm just negotiating, Madame Moongrave. You keep saying our prisoner. We have a prisoner in mind that we would like to save.
She kind of opens her arms and does like a kind of half curtsy. She goes, "Well, then by all means, if you would like to choose your prisoner, then I think that choice is a bargaining chip alone, and thus I'll give you your 5 lives in exchange for the horn and your choice of prisoner in exchange for performing on stage."
I think I'd rather go with the other one. The shadow and the prisoner.
Kind of gesture. She goes, "My offer stands. If you would rather allow me to pick the prisoner and walk off with the prisoner and the shadow, I think that's still fair."
Now tell me, let's say we reach the end of this, we've completed 1 bargain. I have some things which I think might be enticing. But I have to see if it's worth leaving here, not in your company, this beloved thing of mine. If after the play, there are more things that we wish to bargain for, or we are not satisfied with what you have provided, do you promise to give us the opportunity to once more bargain?
And she kind of takes a moment to think and like does like the arguable Mr. Burns where she's kind of like tapping a set of her fingers together as she goes, So you wish to have a second set of negotiations upon completion of the first set. An interesting offer. Here is my counteroffer. Unfortunately, you see, it seems that my sisters have been forced out of their homes, which means they're now here with me, which is, well, rather unfortunate and most distracting. While I try to, well, as I try to tend things here in the Motherhorn. So, I offer you this. Should you manage to learn your roles, learn the lines, and perform on stage at least once a day until you renegotiate, so I have something to bring me some joy, I would be okay with a second set of negotiations.
Oh, I'm not so foolish as you think. This is a terrible deal. The number of days not delineated for how many I must toil upon your stage, when I'm not even sure if this is something that I want to leave behind right now.
She shakes her head. She goes, listen, if you choose, you could leave at any point. You don't even have to perform the first day. My offer is simply each day you perform buys you another day to potentially negotiate. But as soon as you skip a day, well, I'd have to retract that offer from the table.
And you are requesting that I perform these on this very stage. It's not, I cannot perform it around like a traveling bard.
She nods, because unfortunately that would be the case. You see, I have many things to attend to here, which is why I built the stage. So
Yes.
the Motherhorn being the stage, well, I tend to the things and I take a break. And, you know, it's kind of my own personal relaxation to watch a bit of a performance, and then I get back to work. It's but one performance a day. It's 24 hours for as much time as you choose.
And if I'm the only one to perform it, is that okay?
She kind of shrugs. She goes, I don't see why not, so long as you've performed the part.
Can I investigate the stage?
You can't actually see the stage from where you guys are at.
Oh, wait, I can't?
Cannot.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so the thing that she's standing on is not the stage.
No, this is,
Ooh.
I would say this is kind of like borderline a raised podium. Like this is nothing more than, I mean, maybe a half step up. That's just kind of a place to kind of give a speech from or what have.
I tell you what, I have a counteroffer. I will allow you to infiltrate my dreams. I give you the option, similar to what you're saying, with the ability to negotiate over this play, and instead of performing a play, I will allow you to wreak havoc, whatever havoc you want, on my dreams each night until we renegotiate.
As she kind of lets out this almost wicked sneer. She goes, my dear, you forget. I've seen the future. I know how you die. I've seen the darkness. I know it's there. I wouldn't be so foolish as to take a deal like that.
Oh, but which one of me? I think you've missed a few endings.
And she does pause for a moment there, like kind of hesitating. She goes, it matters not. Unfortunately, those are not the things that I would deal in. Perhaps another, perhaps one of my sisters, but certainly not I need tangible things. I need things that I can actually work with, things that would help further my goals, you see, and not simple fun and amusement. That's why I have a stage, to distract myself from those desires.
What other goals do you have?
And she kind of like strolls around for a moment. She goes, well, at some point, I would like to leave this place and extend my domain. I would like to not simply have a section of Prismere, but extend further beyond to other planes, to further my reach, to extend the things that I can see.
Hmm. Well, then I think you and well, I think that I might be more valuable than you realize, perhaps.
Tyr's gonna chime in real quick and just say, like, you say you have visions of the future and you can see the future, but how do we know they come true?
And she kind of open arm gestures and shrugs a bit. She turns to Tyr. I suppose you don't, but is it worth the gamble? Is it worth the ability to believe that someone in my position, someone with my knowledge, with my power, would go to such elaborate lengths as to believe that they would just make this kind of thing up, that they would go so far to just put up this facade? Or is it possible, as she kind of walks over and one of these kind of long, bony fingers stretches out and places a hand on Tyr's shoulder, as she, again, is almost a little bit too close. As she looks to Tyr, she goes, or maybe is it possible that you return home one day to a city who once cherished you, but now hates you and sees you as a monster and instead sends you to the gallows, and you're not worshipped as a champion but as a murderer? As she kind of, her lip curls again as she turns and walks back out towards the middle.
Rude. So I'm just be like, yeah, okay, but you can say that all day long, but I believe in fate. I make the decisions I make to cause what happens in
She
my life.
turns. By all means, you can make those decisions, but what of the other decisions? What of everyone else's decisions? Do you also control those?
Nope, but I believe
Or
everybody plays a part in what happens.
so, by that own reason, then all of those people could play their own part into inevitably being your undoing and being the reason that I've foreseen your body hanging in the public square.
We shall see.
She nods as she kind of continues to stroll off and again takes a small pause for. So, it seems that there are some deals on the table. I think we need to reach an agreement, else I'm simply wasting my time.
I'm gonna look to the people whose things are in question and see. Oz, you haven't spoken much, but I mean, when we were on the carousel, we thought whatever your missing thing was here. Do you think that's part of this?
I will say specifically in this place, both Oz and Liam, you get that kind of pull, that kind of sensation that the thing you're looking for is almost directly above you. And you wouldn't have felt this until you were in this room specifically.
Yeah, once, I feel something here that I haven't felt at any of the other places, and feels like there's something upstairs, so
I don't think
she's
that
got it.
these small bargains are gonna cut it. I think if we offer her something else, something harder to part with, something that she knows would bring us sadness, there's just too many pieces that we have to bargain for at this point. Our own lives, the lives of others. And each one seems to rack up a new cost to her.
Yeah, I think the only way we're gonna finish this is to finish them one way or another. That's not going to be easy. It's certainly not going to give us anything without a unicorn horn.
How do we know that once we end them, it won't also end the things that are hiding?
I think
I,
if this place
m-
falls out of the sky, I think we just have to trust that those items are separate from the hags themselves.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to the group and say, guys, how, we've already been bargaining, and how are we going to plan to get the items back that Oz and Liam needs, uh, as well as everything else? I was like, I have an idea. It's it's um it's not the best idea in the world, but I think I can help.
Okay. What is it?
I I will stay here. Hopefully, so Oz and Liam can get out.
No. No tear. I have something that I think that she would relish to have. But Liam, Liam, I want you to know I really do love you. And I know it seems crazy. I had a hope that when we got to this beautiful castle that Oz talked to me about a ceremony he could perform. Or, yeah, a marriage. And I had this whole idea that after we got out of Yon that I would propose to you and then we could get married at the castle. Um, but I don't think that's going to happen now. But after being the catalyst that caused Elfie to lose his mirror and apparently with it his mother the first time, and with all that's at stake, I think I have to offer up something more. And I'm willing to do it. I am willing, and I am sorry if it hurts you, Liam. I really am. But I know that whatever happens, as dark as it seems, I know you'll help me find my way back to you and back to the. And Caitlin's going to turn around before they can even say anything. And she's going to go up to the hag.
She's still here.
Yeah, she's just kind of standing center stage, if you will, kind of just tapping her fingers, waiting.
I have a proposal. I know that you are not a fan of love stories, but I have a feeling that you would really enjoy ripping the memories of a beautiful love away from someone, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be something beautiful to own? The memories of a love that makes someone forget all the beautiful things they've done. Their first love, in fact, their first kiss, the first person that really saw them in this world. Wouldn't it be beautiful if you got to hold on to that memory and they couldn't remember it all?
Caitlin,
And
please.
you absolutely see her lip kind of curl. She goes, I'm listening.
Something so beautiful must be worth a lot, don't you think? I mean, we had a lot on the table, obviously. We'll put on this play for you. We'll look for your unicorn horn. But before we leave this place, you will also grant us the prisoner of our choice, 2 of them, and you will return to us both Oz and Liam's lost items.
And you see she kind of takes a moment, her fingers kind of crossed, like laced between themselves, as she kind of taps her thumbs together. An offer like that for 4 of my cherished things. I will let you choose 3 of those 4.
It's pretty
Tears just gonna talk to Kaylin, be like, Kaylin, let her take me. I've spent my entire life fighting.
good. Here, I know you have, but I also want you to know you're invaluable to this team. And I have hope that Liam will find a way to make new memories with me.
But you lose every memory that you've made with him so far.
And in exchange, I will finally have redeemed my mistakes, and I will, at least 3/4 of the way, help ensure some happy memories, some happy endings for others.
And I'm gonna basically plead to Liam, not Liam, Oz, please don't let her do this. Let her take me instead.
How are we supposed to battle all these creatures without Tyr? Tyr, you're the only one who lunges in and stands there with a harpoon through your heart to then take first watch.
Yes, I have done that. I will admit.
None of us have your fortitude.
But I couldn't bear, based off the life I've had, allow you guys to not get what you guys need and get out of here.
We will get out.
I've lived a rough life.
And that's why you deserve a beautiful ending and to be with the people who see you for how beautiful you are. We're not letting you go. We just got a whole new Tyr back.
May
Yeah, I
have.
think Tyr's right. It shouldn't be sacrifice anything of yours on my behalf.
We don't even know what your thing is. I think there's so much of your past that you have been deprived of as a result of not having it. I got my thing. And in the process, I lost Elfie's. And we have a chance to get it back now. We have a chance for him to reunite with his mother, for Liam to not be a puppet, for you to get whatever this thing is back. And maybe with it, you'll get all these memories. I mean, I saw visions of your life that even you couldn't remember. Don't you want to know what was behind that fog?
Of course, but it's not worth you losing what I would gain. It's not fair.
It's temporary. It'll hurt for a while, but I trust that each of you will help me find myself just like you already have.
This would give a beautiful redemption. Something that I've not been able to give.
Tyr, you've given something so much more important. You were the first person who made me feel safe with someone else. You carried me across the threshold into this place.
And I would carry you across it again if I could.
Kaylin's gonna just give him a big hug around the waist.
But this gives me the opportunity to give back to the entire team. And who knows? Maybe we can find a way for me to get out of here after.
We got too many things we gotta battle. I'll still be on your team to battle these things, all right? We can't be down an entire member. I think it's incredibly heroic and brave. And I tell you what, the old Tyr would never have offered this. So dang, you have grown.
All right, what's the
We'll make new
timeline on
memories.
this offer?
What
That's
do
a
you mean
good
the
point.
timeline?
I mean, are you asking, or is this kind of like an out of character ask?
Yeah, that's in character. What's the timeline?
Yeah, I think
It's
she would
great
look to you. She goes, I mean, at this rate, I have many things to attend to, and we've been tied up here far too long. I'm going to need some kind of decision, be it all, none, some, whatever it may be. I do have many other things to attend to and can't simply wait around all day.
I don't
Kaylin,
trust that she's
can
going to
we
give us a second chance.
Yeah, that's true. Let's leave it up to Haas. He's wise. He knows the right thing to do.
That's not my call, and I'd say no. But
Well,
Kaylin's the one. It's her decision.
It is the most sure way we have yet landed on that we get Alfie's mom, your thing, and Liam's back. I can get 3 of those things with this offer.
And I don't get a say.
Speak
You
up.
do, Liam.
I admit that the moment we walked in here, there's a part of me that wants that thing back more than anything, but not if it means losing you.
You're not losing me. I'll be with you. I might just be a little back to the eating grass version of me. Maybe volatile, maybe a little haunted. But really, I'm haunted most of the time. I've just gotten better at hiding it. I'm going to look to Alfie and say, Alfie, I'm sorry that we're in this position at all.
I'm really confused.
Okay.
Um, are you linking the fact that because the mirror was destroyed in the beginning, that's why I didn't have my mom?
I don't know. Like, I'm assuming that your mom and the mirror were linked. So if you got the mirror back, you would get your mom back.
I don't think Kaylin would know one way or another.
Yeah. That's what I, as Kaylin, would assume based on everything, based on the fact that it was like, you lost your mirror. Oh, look, there's the mirror pieces and your mom.
Okay.
I don't know. You go into a genie bottle. So for all I know, your mom lives in a mirror bottle.
Disrespectful. I go into a ring.
Exactly.
This isn't Aladdin.
Okay.
Okay. No, okay. I just wanted to clarify that really quick because I was curious. Elvie's gonna walk over to Kaylin. There's nothing left to be sorry for. Look what happened so far. And everything you've done to make up for it. This is not one of those things.
Kayla's gonna give her the biggest hug. Give me a goddamn hug, Elfie.
Elvie's gonna be like, "You're crushing me."
I know, but this might be the last time I ever ask you for a hug.
I can't let you do that. I can't. It's gonna hurt both of you. Not for that. We should take this. I don't even know what deal we're on at this
What
point.
was the deal number AB? What?
Let's take the deal to get Liam his shadow back and one prisoner. I guess, but I need to roll an insight check to find out if she's shown any interest in my bag at all, to see if she knows that my mother's inside of it.
You can give me an insight, or probably not an insight. I would say more of like an investigation check, maybe.
That's fine. That's better. That's not good though. I rolled an 11. Oh, can I use the 26 that for some reason went up after?
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think that gives you much of an inclination, really, one way or the other, as to like if she's really paying attention. Again, I think the specific difficulty in that is that she has no eyes, right? So like, there's some fashion of this where she is perceiving everything that's going on, that she's not actually like, clearly she's very aware of what's happening in this room, but it's not because she's like actively looking at you guys, right? It's not because she's watching. It's just there's something happening where she is taking this all in. um that said, I will say with a passive perception, Kaylin, as you and Elfie are having your moment, out of the corner of your eye you catch Tyr and Endolin shaking hands.
No! No!
And specifically in that moment, you guys watch as Tyr's shadow disappears from his feet. And more importantly, Kaylin, you don't remember Tyr at this point. It is as if he is the stranger to you.
Oh man. Okay, Ro, just for, sorry, Ro, just
this-
for clarification, that's just for Kayla. Like everybody else remembers him.
Correct.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Do we,
Sorry, guys.
Did we understand what deal he just made with her? Like, is it the same deal that we were talking already?
So specifically the deal that Tyr has made is that not only will you guys get both prisoners of choice, but you guys will also get your items back upon leaving. But in exchange, he gave up his freedom with the addition that she basically took the memories that he has with Kaylin, which means that neither of them can specifically remember each other.
Well, here, what
Whoa.
did you do?
Where'd the hired help come from? Has he been here the whole time?
Sorry, guys. I had to.
What did you do?
I got everything we needed, and I may not be able to go home, but I made sure that all of you guys can.
Are you like my grocery delivery man? Like, what do you mean you got everything we need?
I think
Guys, who is it?
Kaylin.
Who is this?
Kaylin.
What?
That's Tyr, and I think you two just made a deal to remove some memories. So he's been with us, but you may not remember it. You were about to make a deal to erase
Yeah,
some
well,
memories
yeah,
of Liam.
I was gonna make a deal
You know
about
that deal? Well, think about
Yes.
how it would feel afterward. That's where you are, except it's with Tyr. This big guy, that's Tyr. He's been with us for a while.
Wait, I know a song about a guy named Tyr. Fire fist, feel his first time.
I'm gonna look to Liam and be like, I couldn't let your memories with her go away.
you didn't have to do
Well,
that.
thank you, Tyr, but yeah, that was too much.
I'm gonna turn to Oz and go, did I like Tyr? Did we get along?
Tyr's a good guy. You'll get to
Okay,
know
but
him.
like a good guy, like were we friends? Like was this like
Yeah.
an elfie thing where it was like frenemies? Like
Damn.
That is the two levels. Let's be honest with ourselves.
We can go into details later. This isn't a campfire. Let's get done what we need to do here with the hag. We can reminisce later.
Where do we go to start the play?
She gestures towards the door. She goes, back where you came from. I'm sure you saw the set of stairs. Make your way downstairs, through the main corridor, and down the stairs. Once you pass through my library, you'll find the stairs and thus see the theater. From there, I suggest you look for some of the stage help. I'm sure they'll direct you downstairs and help you get in touch with the director.
What are we doing the play for now?
For the items and for the prisoners.
Well,
Wait,
hold
no,
on a
now I'm
second.
confused.
Made a deal.
Yeah.
We don't need to do
Yeah.
a play now.
It was the unicorn horn for our lives.
Uh-huh.
The
We don't have to do
play.
the play too. I thought it was both. Or is it
Mm-mm.
not? Oh.
I don't think so.
Well, where can
No.
we get back what was bartered for?
And she takes a moment. She goes, well, give me but a moment. As she steps back behind the curtain here, and the curtain swings closed. And she's gone for seemingly a couple minutes, as you guys are left in the room by yourselves for a few moments.
I think at this point, Elfie's gonna bring up the deal that he just made and say that if we get to pick 2 prisoners, we could always just pick Tyr.
That's
And
true.
leave Glisten? Or, right, that's her name.
Blister.
Glister?
I think, and Ace, correct me if I'm wrong when I say this. It's like, I don't think my mom is a prisoner in the same sort of sense with Moongrave. And my mom still has her shadow.
Yeah, so she does still actively have her shadow. However, she was in the dungeon. So, I mean, I think it kind of depends how you guys are defining prisoner in that moment.
Okay.
And I'm gonna like gesture towards my bag ever so slightly and be like, technically.
Also, once she walks away, does that count as ending that encounter so we can level up?
So arguably, I'll say you're still in the encounter. If for only the fact that like trying to level up right now would be kind of difficult.
Not for me.
Plus, she's
I can
going
do
to be
it.
back in just a minute. So
God damn it! I really want my level 4 spell.
Listen, considering it takes me 45 minutes to 3 business days to pick my spells.
I did my homework. Hi.
Tyr's just gonna kind of, take a big sigh, and he's got a couple tears rolling down his face. And in feeling that he's done some good in the world.
Yeah, you have. Also, fuck you. God damn it.
Oh,
I'm curious,
man.
how did you manage that? Did you just text Ace and be like, by the way, no, this was gonna.
yeah, that's literally while you guys were having a conversation. That's how
Teach
I
me
played
to
out.
say a long goodbye. I just say, you know what? Screw the goodbyes. I don't want any hugs. I'm doing what I'm doing.
So after a couple minutes, she does return. And those of you keen-eyed would notice a couple things. First, in her midsection where she's had the moving marionettes, there now are 3 of them. One that appears nearly identical to Tyr, one that appears nearly identical to Liam, and one that appears nearly identical to Oz. And these kind of skeletal fingers reach in as she pulls out 2 of them. And first, she takes the one that seemingly looks like Liam as she kind of walks over and kind of holds it out halfway or so. As she kind of takes a moment to really look Liam over, and she goes, "It's a shame. I really would have liked to replace that old bard of mine, but I suppose I'll have to wait for another time." as she kind of holds the marionette out to you.
Can I like insight check that at all? Like,
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
But that said, I have to do it.
Yeah,
And I guess
please.
specifically,
Go with
what are
right.
you looking for?
It just, so to me, it seems like she's thrown it up in my face twice now, and even went out of her way to mention that it's a tiefling. Does she?
Has.
Yeah. So, like, I guess, do I get the feeling that she's doing that on purpose, maybe, or like?
Yeah, I do think you do have the idea that everything she has said has been very, very calculated this entire time. So for her to intentionally keep bringing it up to you, I do think you get the idea that there's some purpose behind that.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, she holds this kind of Liam-esque looking marionette out to you. And again, she's kind of halfway, expecting you to meet her halfway on it, but she is offering it up to you.
Yeah, well, I think Liam has been sitting this whole time. Because he's afraid if he stood up, he'd be like forced to sit back down. He's going to like tentatively kind of like stand up and look over to Kaylin for a hard second, and then look at Tyr and be like, "Damn!" And then just he's going to reach his hand out for it.
Yeah, and the minute you do, first of all, the rest of the room can see his shadow returns to him, albeit just kind of a small circle beneath his feet at the moment. But Liam specifically, you do get this kind of this weight that's lifted off of you, this sense of freedom, if you will, this kind of warmth that kind of restores to you that you didn't really realize you were missing all that much. But moreover than that, you do have this kind of, I'm going to say, glow about you that I think the rest of the room can kind of see. But aside from that, it's now just seemingly a marionette. Like there's not a whole lot to it. She then, once you have it, she takes a couple steps over. She walks to Oz. And again, she reaches out and holds out this marionette that seemingly looks a lot like Oz as she kind of looks to you in your general direction at least, and she goes, "Well, this one was more fun for me than anything, so I suppose it's only fair," as she holds it about halfway out.
Oz will grab it.
And Oz, as you lay your hand on it, it's like the room around you extends in either direction as you are left arguably in this void space, this nothingness, as if everything else has stopped and you're left in this kind of long, narrow tunnel. On one end of the tunnel, you see the room that you have been in. You see the rest of your friends standing there. You see, Liam and Kaylin and Tyr and Alfie and even Endelin all in this space, seemingly frozen in time, as if paused there. You see all of them except for yourself. You don't see yourself there. You look the other way to see what is seemingly a much younger version of yourself, a version of yourself where you are, maybe a few years old, not much older, but you watch as this young woman is kind of leading you through the forest, tears rolling down her face as she's walking towards this mirror. And I think you pretty quickly put together this idea that is the moment that, as these memories kind of flood back to you, pieces start to fall into place based off of what you know, based off of the things you've learned. It kind of quickly comes back to you that the woman who's kind of leading the younger version of you looks very much like Will, but slightly different in that to you now, for the first time, she looks like your mother. And I think you have this brief moment where all of the pieces fall into place and you now knowing what you know, are looking at the choice of going back to the point and living your life in the Feywild, having never left the Feywild, restoring yourself to the point where you would have had that choice, had those memories, and had that relation stripped from you, or turning back, still retaining those memories, but continuing your life as it is today with the, I'm going to say, chosen family you have with the other 4 members of your party.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah, so-
Holy shit.
See you guys.
Bye.
Wait, lay that out for me one more time.
I don't think we get a say in this at all.
No, I know, but I'm just making sure like I'm understanding. So you're saying he can like just run through it one more time, just so I understand the first part
So
specifically.
arguably the choice that he has at this point is to return to all of you as if nothing happened, but regaining the memories of his relationships, regaining all of these things, or he goes back to the time at which point these relationships, these decisions were stripped from him, the ability to be with his family was taken from him, and would proceed to grow up having all of that stuff, having that life that he never got to have because it was stolen from him.
And Will wouldn't be an Oni, would he? Right?
For sure, she would not.
That's a choice right there.
So I was
That's
just
where we
gonna
can say it.
carry on.
Yeah, and that's where we end.
That will, yeah. Oz has had a good life, even if it wasn't, the one it could have been. It's not going to turn back now.
Yeah, so just for absolute clarity, you're heading back to the party.
Stay in with the party. Yep.
Yeah, so the moment you kind of make your way back through that tunnel, just before you pass through the other side, you do have this kind of briefest vision, this kind of mental link, if you will, where you see that of Will and the rest of the children at Little Oak. And you see this kind of, I'm going to call it like a shadow, if you will, this kind of dark image that is arguably lifted from Will in that moment. And Will kind of has this overjoyed smile. I think you get the idea that Will's probably having kind of a similar sensation in this moment, but moreover than that, you watch as all of the children there, all of the kids that Will has saved, are kind of placed into what I can only describe as a bubble, like a legitimately like a kid's soap bubble, as they are all lifted off the ground and the bubbles dissipate and returned to each of their respective families. All of them have been set free, and Will specifically has had the, I'm going to say, grief of being an Oni set free as well.
Did that include Star?
Absolutely included Star.
Oh man.
Oh,
So Oz will be crying. Just walk up to Tyr and give him a hug. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Holy
And none of us know
shit.
what's happening.
But we don't know any of that happened, right? Like that wasn't anything we saw. That was like an internal thing.
Correct.
Everybody's crying. It's like, you didn't even see it happen. It's fine.
Wait, so where's your thing? You lost something. Where is it?
That's the last
Liam
fucking
was
time.
glowing.
That's the last fucking time I sign up for a whimsical Fae adventure. I swear to God. Jesus Christ.
God damn it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please
I got
continue.
it. I got
Did
it
you
back.
get your item?
Yeah. It was more than an item. The memories that had been taken from me. Memories of my time in the Feywild, before I was taken away that I didn't know happened until now. And so the Will is my mother. She's a changeling. And in that form, he was a kid taking care of other kids. That was my mom, who I don't think remembered me either because of the magic of this trade, whatever it was that happened that took the memories away. She sent me away to keep me safe, and that life was taken from me. And the memories before that. With their back, and in that vision, I saw my mom at Little Oak with all of the kids, and they were all freed. Their souls released. So they all got out, just like my mom, I guess.
I knew you were
how's
a
that?
fae.
How's that for a plot twist? Will's not his brother; it's his fucking mom.
I tried to cast protection against good and evil, and I tried to get you to punch me, but you wouldn't punch me because I was trying to prove that it was going to do half damage if you punch me because you're a fae. Holy popper snaps! And Kaylin just like goes like, Tyr, did you know he was?
Listen, that one come across me. I wasn't expecting that. That was a plot twist. Plot twist for me.
You know, now I feel real awkward about insisting that Will was your brother.
Well, you were on to something. You just didn't quite get the link right there.
Holy.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that way up there.
I broke
So
it.
that means that the Will so out of game. That means that Will, being your mother, is the one crying at the mirror as the old man takes you through the mirror.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, that's so sad.
I'm fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Why did you get your memories back about what she was trying to get you away from?
I got a sense it has to do with everything that's going on here with the hags.
Wait, is that Oz is a changeling?
I am not a changeling.
You aren't a human.
Dad was human and my mom was fae.
Half. You know, I haven't read about any half fays in my time. You'd be the first. Huh.
Maybe you can write the book.
Oh, I'm not a very good writer. I kind of ramble on. It gets a little trail of consciousness. Stream of consciousness.
Oh, that's all right. You just need a good editor.
Would you be my editor,
So, I mean,
Oz?
That's
Does
not
this
my
mean you're going to
forte, but
leave
I'll
us at
do
the
what I
end?
can.
Are you not going back to take care of Liam and Tyr and Elfie? Actually, sorry, Liam and Elfie and well, I don't know where Tyr's from, but somebody will take care of him, I'm sure. I thought you were going to go back with them and help take care of them.
I think they'll
You're
be
Papa
fine
Oz.
taking care of themselves, but my plan was always to retire after this. I was retired before this, and I liked it.
he was retired before, and now he's tired again.
Do you know where you want to retire to?
Yeah, where I was retired, right on the river.
So you're not going to stay in the Fae?
I don't know. We'll see what comes. Don't have a lot of people here either. But maybe I'll go find Will after that and this, and we'll see how it goes.
Elfie at this point is gonna walk like fully in face with the entire group, and just now comes the hard part. We have to choose who to save. And I guess it's more a question for Ace. Can we save Tyr?
I mean, I guess it would define how you determine save.
He's a prisoner now. We get to release 2 prisoners as a part of the deal.
The deal was made you could leave with 2 prisoners.
So
Mm-hmm.
did
That's oddly
so we
specific.
obviously
You know what I mean?
However, you did ensure that the thing that you did, Tyr, was specifically for the permanent rejoining of the lost items, right?
Yeah, no, that
yes,
is
yes.
yeah.
Okay, and then in the
Just to clarify.
spirit of this, our first option is obviously Tyr comes with us. It doesn't mean he gets his thing back, obviously, but I mean he comes with us. There's no negotiating
I-
that.
Yeah, I've sacrificed my shadow. So
so you're technically still a part of the party, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Much
he's
as
maybe, yeah.
Liam was.
much as Liam is, yeah.
Yep.
What I'm thinking, the way that the deal is clarified is that we have to choose to take Tyr with us, and that's one of our
Is that
prisoners.
correct?
If you choose
Tyr
Tyr,
gets-
correct.
If I mean, which listen, motherfuckers, we're not leaving Tyr behind.
He's coming with us one way or another,
Yeah.
just without a shadow in one case, right?
Which means we have one spot to choose
We have
somebody
one
extra.
spot left to save.
Right.
That's on Elfie. Elfie's the
Wait,
one
we
who.
can save 2 and still Tyr comes with us, even though it doesn't have a shadow, right?
Well,
No,
I'm-
isn't that the deal?
I mean, Ace will have to clarify, but I think that now that he's technically,
I think he counts as a prisoner.
Yeah, I mean,
gave
he
himself up or he gave his shadow up?
gave himself
Technically, I
up.
gave myself up, so
Correct.
she got my shadow, and I became a
Okay.
prisoner.
so again, I think we have, if we want Tyr to come with us, he has to be one of our spots.
Hold on, wait a minute. So what I'm understanding right now is that Tyr just made an extra deal for no reason because we had the choice to save one prisoner that we select
No,
and
I
the
got
item
I
already.
got Liam and Oz's item back.
Yeah, that
He
wasn't
got
on
That
there.
was
both of
not
their
on there.
items. No,
No, we didn't. That-
Kalen would have been able to
bargaining for.
choose 3 of the 4 options.
Okay,
Tyr got all 4.
Right.
okay. That's why I was
And
confused.
again,
I was like, wait
just,
a minute.
just for clarification, I'm assuming that he gave up his freedom. That was the deal. But because he did that, not only is he a prisoner, she takes the shadow from her prisoners. That way she has control
Correct.
over them. So that's exclusive. That's an exclusive fact, not separate.
Correct.
So meaning that we now have our things and we get to pick one prisoner plus Tyr
Correct.
because we're not
Duh.
monsters.
Yes, correct.
Okay, we're not going to leave Tyr behind. That'd be fucked up, especially
got
after he
it.
just gave everything up.
Ask if maybe he can come with us anyway, because he's still owned by her.
I mean, listen, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to read the fine print now. Okay, clearly.
But then, and then honestly, at that point, if we were to ask to also bring Tyr along and save 2 prisoners, that's renegotiating a whole new deal again to say we need him to come with us.
Well, he was already coming with us as part of deal number 1.
Listen, Oz the
Hold up,
lawyer,
hold up,
hit it
hold
up.
up.
You know what I mean? I don't know. I think that it's worth a shot. Sure.
But also, in that same sentiment, she has to save him in the unicorn horn instance too, right? Because she's giving him his life.
I
Correct?
think we have to make a decision kind of quick. I feel like we've probably at this point been through it enough. I'd say we need to make a decision. And so are we assuming Tyr's coming with
Elfie's
us?
saving his-
Who's the other prisoner?
Elfie's saving his mom.
Okay. So we're leaving Glister.
We have to leave Glister.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to find another way for her.
We've known her for 90 seconds. It's cool.
I mean, yeah.
Is Glister still with us?
No,
Yeah,
she's in the
she's in
prison.
He hid in the prison.
Okay. Yeah.
Did she
Okay.
have her shadow noticeably?
She did.
Okay.
There's still
Okay.
time.
And so you don't feel like because at one point you were saying you don't know if your mom even counts as a prisoner, or that you're saying that you now
I mean-
feel confident she is. Right. So
It
we're going.
said
Okay.
so, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Done
Yeah,
deal.
'cause
We're
the
gonna go with
wording-
Tyr and the mom.
Yeah, the wording was we can leave with 2 prisoners, which means to me to
Correct.
believe that it's not even, oh, I'll release them. It's like, no, you can just leave with them, but they're still my prisoners. So
Basically. All
Well,
right. Yeah.
D&D,
Done
the
deal.
game that makes
We're-
everybody court lawyers.
Case in point.
Like, well, technically, you know. Oh man,
Getting you some
all right,
good
well,
moments.
that's okay.
That just
Decision made.
yep.
There's still time.
And I think with that, Endlin turns, goes, well, then it seems the deal has been struck. I expect a unicorn horn in the near future. As she kind of turns and starts slowly walking towards the shroud and eventually takes just a step behind as she leaves the room, and shortly after, the door opens.
All right, guys, let's get out of here.
I'm never gonna get the phone with the light.
Well, I guess she's gone, so I guess we can talk here. We should.
No, let's
Well-
get the GTFO doors open.
Yeah,
Where's the exit? Get me out of here.
I think we need to leave. Yeah, we don't know
Oh,
how
we
he was
we
understanding
go
that.
talk.
We do have
We
to
gotta go
find
find Charm.
Charm.
We have
yeah.
to find Charm. Yep.
Charm.
So
We should also go see if we can trade Glister an outfit.
oh, Charm. I'll go chat with Charm if you guys want to try and go get the talk with Glister.
I was just gonna head back towards the prison if the path is still open.
Yeah, I mean, all this is pretty open. Again, you kind of take a minute just kind of walking around this giant spinning architecture. But a
think
couple
Liam's gonna
things. Oz, when you make your way back to the prison, notably, Glister is not there. Um,
Hmm.
No traces of her, no anything of that nature. For Liam and Kaylin, I'm going to say Liam specifically, you hear an all too familiar sound. And this is in a fashion that you haven't heard in a very, very long time. Not in the form of a music box, but instead live music. And it's kind of coming from just behind the door here. And again, this is actively being performed. It's not a music box. It's not anything of that nature, but it is actively being played. And I think to you, being played probably then better than you'd even say you could play it.
I would like to point out that Elfie would have gone to see Charm, not back to the prison. Just so-
Yeah, I think he's. Wait a second. Do you guys hear that?
Yeah.
I think so. Do we all?
Those of you on the far side, it'd probably be real quiet, but like if he drew attention to it, I think it'd be enough you'd catch it.
It's our
Yeah,
famous
Yeah.
dance party mix.
beautiful.
Oh man, I have to make a choice here, and I don't want to make it. Jesus Christ.
What? What are you talking about?
So I think when you look at him, he's like looking this way, like with massive longing. It's nothing we can do right now, but I'll tell you guys later. And I think he'll follow them around if they go on.
No. Well, let's go find Charm. Unless anybody's got a better plan.
I think that's the best plan.
Yeah, I mean, you would have seen Charm kind of in this bottom hallway down here.
Oh, Charm. I've got a lovely bunch of Charmer box coming on. There they are, standing in a row.
Let me go like
Open the
this
door.
real quick.
That's awesome.
We will open this
Wait, no,
door. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
I got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
There we go.
Oh boy,
Oh, more friends. Yay.
friends.
As
Hello.
you walk into the familiar face of Charm, but also Charm sitting at a table with one of these shadow figures that you've kind of seen before, but also two more of these kind of darkling creatures that look very similar to Charm, albeit much smaller.
Do they remind
And-
me of like Bavalorna's minis?
No, I would say they're very much remind you of Charm, just be it a little bit smaller in stature.
Sarah, you can light up the other half of the room or no? Is that only me that can't see the other half of the room, or there's another person back there?
It might just be this shaped room.
Yeah, it's probably just the room shape more than anything.
Okay.
Are these your kiddos? I hear it's Mother's Day in Prismere.
As Charm kind of turns, he goes, "What? Trinket and Bauble? No. They simply help out in the shop."
Oh, the shop. You know, we missed opening hours, sadly. And I'm bummed we didn't get a chance to stop by your shop. I hear it's quite booming. Some might say that the contents are electrifying.
She goes, "Well, we carry what we can, this or that, whatever may interest people. And it's not much, but helps us get by. Would you care to take a look? I can send them out. You can go take a look."
Yes.
I mean, later, yes. But first, some business, because you said send out. Are they going to send out and they come back with the stuff?
And she kind of gestures as the two darklings. Why is it moving that? That's not what I want you to do. She kind of gestures as the two darklings kind of run forward and make their way out to the double doors there, and attached to the balcony is that of their balloon. And they kind of like quickly rush over and like flip out this sign that's like you can tell has been like very haphazardly put together again, as if they make them on a fairly regular basis. They're like, again, very like half-heartedly put together. Trinket's not even spelled right. Charm is spelled with a backwards R. Like this thing is like very like hurriedly put together.
Yeah. Okay, so go ahead.
Can I do an insight check to see if Charm has her shadow? Or an investigation,
Sure.
I guess.
Wouldn't that be a passive perception one?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'll tell you that they all have shadows.
Okay.
Hi, I know last time we met it was a rather different affair. It's lovely to see you again, though, and I hear you know your way roundabouts. If we have an errand to run for the lady of the house, which we do, that you might be willing to offer us transportation via your lovely storm cloud.
She kind of sits back in her chair. Well, I mean, our cloud can certainly get around. I'm not entirely sure why I would just chauffeur you around unless, well, perhaps you were to offer me something to sweeten the deal. As I think she kind of looks at Kaylin specifically, and like her finger kind of traces her own neck. She goes, "It does seem like you have something of interest there."
This no. Your neck it would draw attention to all the wrong parts on you. You got kind of like that vein that like sticks out.
But
on the side.
you
don't wanna draw
mistake
attention.
me, miss. I wouldn't wear something so gaudy, but to resell, I feel I could catch a valuable price for it.
I appreciate your appreciation of this, but no, that's going to be a no. Anybody else? Last time I tried to offer something, it was firmly rejected. So, group choice ideas.
I do want to point out that if you had forgotten Liam, he would have given her the necklace last second thought.
Yep, sure would have.
Oh man.
And that's the sad truth.
Oh no. I guess Elfie's gonna ask like, is there something else that you might need of us that we could help you with in return for transportation?
Well, you see, the thing is, we kind of work as what you would call a freelancer. We simply go about our own business and we really try not to make waves wherever we can. So we kind of deal more in terms of trade, things that if I give something, I get something simply so that I can further my own advance. Usually, payment isn't really the kind of thing that I'm looking for, but, maybe we work out some kind of deal, something small, insignificant. And she kind of taps her fingers on the table a little bit, just kind of drumming them along. What if, I don't know, what about maybe a cherished memory, maybe a name, maybe the color of someone's eyes?
What do you mean the color of someone's eyes?
eyes?
You would take their eyes, the color, or you just want to know the color of someone's eyes?
I mean, the color of your eyes.
Does it
Nothing
have to
major.
be- Well,
Would I still be able to see?
I would imagine. I, of course, still have mine.
Well, hold
What do I
on.
see when I look at her eyes?
Yeah, I mean, she's got they're kind of a dark, like stormy, like blue color, but it's very much colored to them.
Okay, William's gonna step up before somebody makes a really crazy deal here. You know, I think I'd be willing to give up the color of my eyes. I look like enough of a monster as it is.
Hold, Liam, hush, child, and she's gonna turn. She's gonna say, I can't help but notice that Bavlorna's here, and I feel like the last time we saw you, I don't know. I'm new to this realm, so I could be completely wrong. But I'm curious, did she and you kind of get off on the wrong foot? Maybe was there something there that happened?
She simply shakes her head and she goes, "Oh no, I simply went to see her. We had tea. You hooligans burst into her house unannounced and proceeded to, trounce through her house and make a right mess of things. And she said she had to attend to some business, and so I simply left."
Yes. She doesn't have on her the bag that I saw getting stolen, does she?
He does not.
Damn it. So that little thing that you might have taken from her treasured belongings, does she know that you stole it?
Me? I would never take anything. I simply make a deal.
A deal, yes, but was she aware of the deal that you made, or was this deal made with someone else?
She again shakes her head. She goes, "I simply haven't the foggiest of what you might be implying, but I simply deal in fair trade. I offer things, people pay for them. But if you
Well.
think me some kind of cheat or swindle, then perhaps I'm not the person that you're looking for to chauffeur you around a place such as this.
Well, let's ask it
You
this
know-
way then. What did you give Bavlorna then?
And she kind of looks to Liam and she kind of raises a brow. She goes, I had no reason to give her anything. I simply went and I had tea with a friend.
Hmm.
I would say insight. Mine's not great, but I guess I'll go for it.
Yeah, I think you get the idea that there is like a certain amount of sincerity to what she's saying. Like there's probably is more to the story. And I think you do kind of innately kind of just understand that. But like, I think you also just get the idea that like she's certainly not trying to deceive you in any capacity.
I see.
So some things were stolen from Bavlorna's when we were there, when you were there, that wasn't us. And you're saying you had nothing to do with it?
And she kind of takes a second. She goes, if you're going to continue to make these accusations of me and not understand that I simply went out of my way to have tea with a friend, then I suggest you look for travel plans elsewhere.
Hold on. The reason I ask, well, when we were there, we learned of some errands. We did try to complete those errands for her after the fact. Unfortunately, when we returned, we found she was gone. But along the way, I did, I felt so bad about what had happened with her and all the things. And she seemed to really seemed to be somebody who really likes baths, and obviously her bath in particular. We did fix it for her. If you would like to let her know, in case she would desire to return home and use her beautiful jacuzzi. I do have something on offer, though, that since you're friends with her, obviously, that this might be of value to you to continue to foster that friendship. And Kaylin's going to pull out the vial of wayward pool water and say, I saw the restorative powers that this water had. We went to this wayward pool, and my friend who was exhausted. Oh, wait.
I just
don't
want
know
to
that.
clarify, you know you don't have that, correct?
Yeah, you dumped that on the horse, right?
Yeah, you definitely dumped that on the rocking horse.
Shh, guys, no. Shh. I know it's not the real one.
Okay, I just
okay.
want to make sure that we're aware of what we're talking
This
about.
is the decoy bottle that I
Gotcha,
am
no,
saying. This is the decoy bottle. I am lying. Yes.
I see.
Okay.
I went to the pool and we got this water that was restorative. I mean, I have never felt better in my life. And we picked some up. And I really think that Bavlorna would like it. Trade.
And even if Bavlorna wouldn't like it, imagine how much you could sell wayward pool water for. It probably goes more for than
Absolutely.
gamer girl bathwater.
Liam, what's a gamer girl? We only. Oh, God, never mind. Nope. Not doing it.
Oh
Tell you
man.
what, give me a deception check.
Oh boy.
I'm guiding myself with this because I am well aware that this is deception. For the love of everything that's holy, we are doing the inspiration. We're doing inspiration in this one.
That was a 5 for you folks
Okay, that's
at home.
better.
And this one was a 17 from Kaylin.
Plus 2. 19.
And she kind of takes a moment to think it over. Tell you what, give me a couple hours to have Trinket and Bauble unload the rest of the things from the balloon. You give me the water, I let you take the balloon. Assuming you bring it back in a couple days. I mean, I do need to carry on a certain lifestyle.
Of course.
Okay.
Are there driving instructions in the balloon?
And she kind of chuckles. She goes, it's a storm cloud. I think you'll figure it out.
So you flatter me. runs on thunder and lightning.
Yeah, is it take gas or diesel?
She kind of shakes her head, just kind of putting her hand into her palm a little bit. She goes, I assure you, it's quite self-sufficient. Just when you are there, think of the place you'd like to go. It'll take you there in its due time.
In its due time. Okay.
I think at this point, Elsie would walk over and like want to check out the trinkets after their conversation ends, before they close up shop again. But not right this direct second. I just want to point out in case they start to bag it up.
Question: is there insurance on this balloon?
You got Geico or Progressive?
You got Geico or General?
Well, I assure you, if you don't return it to me, then I do have some friends in high places that will retrieve it one way or another.
Well, what if we accidentally leave it in a low place? Do you have friends in low places too?
Yeah, Garth Brooks.
She kind of has this like wicked smile. She goes, in fact, I do. Turns out people quite like me around here.
Why not? You're absolutely lovely. I think you're great.
You're charming. Absolutely
I'm
charming.
gonna start carrying around a little symbol. But
Okay. Well, I do have to warn, it might be several days. It might be a week. I don't know. We don't really have many leads. This is like a really rare item we're looking for, trying to do the Lady of the House of Solid. So we'll look after the balloon, though. And you said it's self-sufficient. We just think of the place and it goes. So no gas needed. No pew-pew out of the fingers to keep it going.
She shakes her head. She goes, I'll simply need to make one of you the owner for the meantime.
I don't even...
What does it take to become the owner of the balloon?
She kind of shrugs. She goes, not much, just simply signing a contract.
oh god.
Oh, excellent. Great. I'm so glad. Fae don't normally write things down in contracts. This is unusual. Why a signed contract?
She kind of, again, shakes her head. She goes, well, that's simply how it works. Whoever owns the balloon is the person who can control it. Otherwise, any person could hop onto it and dictate where it goes.
Okay, well, what does the contract specifically say?
Transfer of ownership, or
She kind of just gestures into the air. She goes, it's your typical boilerplate things of, so long as you own the balloon, you can dictate where it goes. And if anybody were to steal it from you, it should be returned to you.
Okay.
Yada, yada, things of that nature.
Okay, see, now, I like all what you just said, but I'm less convinced by the yada yada. Like, it's not like if let's say for the sake of the argument that I let you put me on this contract for ownership of the balloon, there's no like hidden details that like, oh, I lose 6 of my fingers or some shit, right?
She lets out this like long sigh. She goes, look, if you don't want to use the balloon, you don't have to.
Could I just see a copy of the contract, please? Like all of it, just all of it, please.
There's only one. I mean, if I just handed it over, then I would lose my balloon. That's not quite how this works.
Could you hold it up in front of my puny little human face while I read it?
Her eyes kind of narrow a little bit. She goes, do I look like some servant to you? Like I'm going to stand here and be a billboard to you? Either you sign the contract or you don't. It's not a difficult decision and frankly doesn't affect me one way or the other.
All right, guys, listen, I think we should take it. How are we going to get around? How else are we getting around?
Child.
we lost everything of our moves around. We lost Morgort. We lost Clapperclaw. I mean, that's the only way we got to get around. Poor Morgort. I don't know whatever happened to her.
She can't be the only one, because everyone else we found in the greater wild, and we haven't even traveled across Yon at all. We haven't gone anywhere in Yon. There has to be more than one way. I don't like the option of signing a contract I can't see.
Fair enough.
What's the worst that could happen?
Kaylin's going to then go into Tyr's mind and show him these like horrible nightmares of like children whose souls got ripped away from them and like them burning in the flames of hell because of some bad contract that happened.
Well, damn, when you put it like that, Liam's absolutely out. You know, you're right. I didn't think about that.
You know, Starry Girl. Those are some bad images.
Oh no. All right, fine. How do we get out of here?
Charm kind of gestures to the hallway behind you. She goes, head that way, take a left, stairs should be there. Head downstairs, and you should be able to find the main entrance from there. If you simply make your way towards that of the main stage, there's a set of stairs that'll take you right to the front door.
Oh boy.
I have a different idea. Can I say that I've leveled up now? Please.
The 7? No, not till the 7.
God dang it! I just want to make a freaking door through stone. I want to get out of here. I'll make my own exit.
I feel at this point Alfie would be looking at the trinkets and see if there's anything interesting on the trinket table. Or whatever they have out there.
Let's see. There is a thimble. There is a mug of some kind of liquid. There is a piece of pie that has a single bite out of it. There is a bundle of dry wood, some ink portraits, and a monocle.
Trust me on this. The pie's a no-go.
Do the ink portraits look like anyone?
Are you actively going to look at them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's close enough, if it's laid out enough that Elfie can see everything, I assume I could like swing by the table and just look.
Yeah, so as you look at them, the ink seems to be kind of moving and shifting. But that said, that's as they're just kind of laying on the table.
That's not creepy at all. Okay.
I guess, as that being said, I was going to ask, can I look at that a little closer?
And Trinket kind of leans over there and like puts his whole body like over top of it a little bit and goes, we look with our eyes, not with our hands. Move along.
Okay, Elfie's going to changeling shape back into a medium-sized thing and try and look over the painting to see the painting from the top.
I mean, like, they're laying on the counter, and Trinket and Bauble are both much shorter, so they've climbed onto the counter, and his whole body is over top of these cards.
I don't think we're going to deal with anything on this table.
Yeah. I don't think it's worth it. I don't have anything I'm willing to exchange, so.
I mean, I was totally going to give her my eye color. Worst case scenario, I have normal-looking eyes instead of bright yellow marbles.
Until you find out that she can like see through your eyes now, and she's got like a permanent spying device through you.
That's fair.
I didn't trust it.
It's terrifying.
There is one last thing though before we go. You say that you're friends with everybody around here. You've not heard anything about a unicorn horn, have you?
She kind of lets out this sigh. She goes, well, heard is one thing, seen quite another, unfortunately.
Okay, so how about heard?
Well, I've heard many a rumor. First, I was told Bavlorna has it. At one point, I was told Endolin has it. At one point, I heard that Scabatha was the one who found it, but unfortunately, I don't believe any of them currently have it after talking to each of them, it seems that none of them have it.
Okay.
So, as a procurer and trader of rare items, who would be in the market to buy such an item if not for one of those three?
She kind of like really like kind of her brow like really furrows. She goes, well, see that there's the question. You see, uh, again, I talked to many folks around here and have made many a friend. The problem is anyone else who knows of the horn wouldn't know what to do with it. And I've traveled all across hither and thither and yon. Everyone I've talked to either doesn't know of it or has no idea of where it is, which really I find quite vexing because it certainly doesn't just disappear. It had to go somewhere, but if not in one of these three lands, then where?
Okay. I just had a light bulb moment.
Yeah, I think I have an idea.
Yep.
Okay.
But I'll save that for a campfire moment. I don't want to say anything in front of her. I am gonna ask her though. Your balloon over here. I know it can travel through the fog. Does it travel through like dimensions, mirrors, other places?
She kind of looks at you real confused. Have you seen the size of that? Have you seen a mirror that big?
No.
She kind of nods. She goes, yeah, it doesn't go anywhere except where the wind takes it.
Thank you, Charm. You're delightful.
Say, obviously, this is a great way for us to get all over the place. Are there any other, like, I don't know, did they build like a railway system from here to the palace? Like, is there like a express lane?
She kind of like is like really confused by that as she looks at you. Goes, the palace? Nobody can get to the palace.
Oh, shit.
It's been sealed since Zabilna even made it. I don't think anybody can get there or anything for that matter.
Interesting.
Kaylin's just going to kind of chuckle and be like, I know something you don't know. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was sealed. Nobody's been there since it was built for sure. Yep. Thank you for reminding me.
Okay, well, I guess we got a lot of information to gather and not going to get any of it here.
Yep.
Unless anybody's got anything else, we should probably go.
I think we head out.
So yep. Cheers. So we're not signing the contract.
Nope.
Suppose not.
I don't like that idea.
Okay.
I think enough things have been given away, today.
Fair point. Fair point.
Actually, although you said that like they went outside.
Yeah, just kind of out to this like outward balcony that is seemingly kind of connected to the bottom of the balloon.
Okay, and like if we look out on the balcony, there's not like a way we can feather fall down or something. I don't even know.
Yeah, so I mean, you do see kind of like this zigzagging path, but you kind of for the first time realize that the Motherhorn, this place that you're in, is quite literally the very peak of a mountain. And this isn't just like your tip, like this is incredibly jarring, jagged mountains, and beyond that, there are storms all over the place. And I think as you look out, you see these large lightning rods kind of on the horizon that lightning keeps striking over and over in various places.
Yay.
That looks
Got
like a
it.
fun trip.
So don't want to go over the edge.
Well, I don't know if going out the front door is going to help us much either. I feel like we mountain climbing down it once we get out the front door.
So are you saying we should sign the contract?
I don't know. Let's go to the front door and find out, but I'm just nervous. We might
Charm.
be back though.
Let us read that contract. Put it on the thing. Have your own people hold it. Whatever, but let us read it.
She kind of has this like half curled grin as she unfolds just the bottom part of it and holds out a quill. She goes, "There's nothing to read. Simply sign or don't. Again, I'm no difference to me. Either I keep my balloon or I let you use it for a while."
Hmm.
How distinct of a memory does it need to be?
Well, no, we've already negotiated
No.
that bit, right? Like the only thing that we need to do now is sign the contract. But she's not letting us read the whole thing, so we're just worried about what it has in it. The bargaining chip's already been used. She
Oh,
was
that's
gonna
right.
take-
That's right. The potion. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The not potion.
Look.
You know.
We're on good terms thus far with the hag still. We gave her something she wanted. Everything's fine. Let's try and go out the front door.
Let's see what the front door looks like.
Seems like a plan.
We gotta
Don't
come
want me to
back.
make her drop the letter in her hand.
I think it's gonna make her upset if you do. All right, Kaylin's
that's
starting to
not
walk
to
towards the
piss off
door.
another- I think better not to piss off another one of the powerful creatures in prison.
Yep.
Right now, this would be one of like 7 that we haven't pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
If we just leave now.
Yep.
Good point. All right. She said go downstairs, right?
Yeah, the stairs. This one.
Mhm.
Oh shit! Did I just get left in here?
Yep.
I don't
Just
need
hang
dragons.
out.
Okay.
They went on their
And
own.
so the question is, this is like a spiral staircase. Is everyone going downstairs?
Gosh, I don't like that.
I mean, there is
Why
an
does it matter?
upstairs.
We're going to
Is
the
all
front
I'm asking.
door. We're going to the front door.
Okay, so everybody's going down.
Oh.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think last time
Oh.
somebody went upstairs instead of downstairs, something bad happened. So we should go
That's
downstairs.
also true. That's fair. Maybe it is if you go because she said downstairs, right? That was what she said.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
originally, she had said down a hall past the library to the stage, and there's a stage path from the stage area to the front door. But then somebody said they would take us downstairs too, so I think there are a couple ways. But
So
Down.
here are the stairs. Basically, you guys would come out this hallway, and this large open room here is that of a library. You see nearly identical black books to the ones that you saw Endelin have earlier lining the walls. I mean, no binding, no titles, just these blacked out notebooks written all the way around. And you see these 3 darklings that are kind of curled around a small table, kind of laughing and giggling to themselves. And through the far door over here, you guys can just barely make out the lights and sounds and seemingly that of a stage.
Is
I
that
don't want to
where-
go to the stage.
Isn't that where she said that the front door was though, past the stage?
We did tell you that from the stage there is a stairway that'll lead you right to the exit, or the front door rather.
I hate to say it, but I don't
Okay.
think we have an option then if we're going to the front door.
Beautiful.
well, we should visit the guy who makes costumes on the way through too, if we see him.
Well, one quick question while we're in the library. Friends, you look like scholars. Is this a public library? Is anyone allowed to read the books?
As you watch them like quickly slam the couple notebooks in front of them closed and sit back and try very poorly to act nonchalant. No, nope, nobody's allowed to read the books. Nope, Endelin gave us specific instructions. Nobody reads the books. They're her private notes. Nobody reads them.
Noted.
Seen that coming.
Kaylin's just gonna walk past. It's not worth it right now, but noted. coming back for those
Ah,
later.
I'm gonna guess that this set is hold on. This set is
Oh my gosh.
okay. That says stairs is the entrance.
That is another set of stairs that seemingly is heading that way.
Okay.
Where's
That
the
said,
coming from?
as you guys make your way towards those stairs, the music is getting louder. And Liam, as you cross that threshold, out on the stage in one of the large open areas is a face you haven't seen in actual ages. As you see a very familiar tiefling bard chained to the stage, performing out on the stage.
No.
Are you just making the connection?
Yes.
God damn it.
I'm like, I instantly made it as soon as she said a bard, and I was like, oh, I bet this is gonna be a bad day.
Shit. Okay, well, I mean, I really just can't even avoid it this time. I feel like Liam would probably run down there.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a set of steps kind of to the left side of it up there that would lead you up to the stage. And I think as you run up there, it does kind of briefly kind of catch him off guard, and he kind of halts the music, and almost immediately there's a tear in his eye as he stands and opens his arms, just kind of waiting to embrace you.
Oh, yeah, immediately running in. I'll put this on the screen. I don't think that this is absolutely necessary right now.
Move you up here. Yeah, and I think without hesitation, just kind of immediately wraps his arms around Liam, and kind of has, just this soft, almost gentle sob as he looks to you and goes, I truthfully thought I would never, ever see you again, and I'm so sorry I left you. I promise you, I had good intentions. I had every intention of coming back.
Yeah, so I think Liam's just, why are you here?
He takes a deep breath and kind of steps back, and kind of his hands at your shoulders, kind of looking you over. The last time he saw you would have been, a small child, so you're almost a whole different person to him at this point. And he kind of looks you over and he goes, I set out to make a deal. The whole point was to set you free of this, as he kind of gestures towards you, this curse that you saw yourself as, this thing that you never made a bargain for, that you never signed up for, that you had weighing on you. And, well, like we always said, we get to determine who we are, and I wanted to give you that opportunity.
I don't understand. You came to the hags for that?
And he kind of softly sighs and nods. He goes, unknowingly, I did. I sought anybody who might have the ability to make that kind of change, anybody who might have that kind of power. I made a mistake.
And so they just trapped you here without even hearing you out?
And he shakes his head and kind of gestures down, as for the first time on this elevated stage, you take notice that he does not have a shadow. He goes, I made a deal. Unfortunately, it was just not the deal that I was hoping for.
I'm so sorry. You did all this for me and just ended up trapped.
And he kind of nods and he goes, I did. But also it seems you've got to live a whole life. And he goes, just look at you. You've grown up, and I can only imagine the person you've become in my absence.
I do think that maybe he like looks to everybody and gestures for them to come over.
Okay.
Please, game, please.
On the struggle bus, trying to move tokens. And
Yeah, I'm not that problem. So,
guys, this is Cauldron. He well, he's the one that taught me everything I know.
And he takes a moment to kind of acknowledge everybody and kind of with this big heartwarming smile, just kind of looks to everybody and goes, any friend of Liam's, I'm sure gladly can be a friend of mine.
Yeah, so this is Tyr, the big guy there. This is Elfie. This is Oz. And then I think he walks over to Kaylin and grabs her hand and says, this is Kaylin.
Hi.
And I think there's almost kind of an unspoken moment as Caldrian specifically looks at Liam with the kind of like quizzical look of is this kind of what I think it is? And then he kind of turns with like a subtle nod as he specifically walks to Kaylin and offers his hand, and he goes, "It's lovely to meet all of you."
I gotta tell you, your song is the hit of every dance party we've had. So you are a legend among people you've never met before.
I think he kind of laughs and goes, "Well, it did get us, out of a bit of trouble at a tavern or two." As he kind of, half chuckles looking at Liam, he goes, "That was some time ago. I'm truthfully kind of surprised that you still play that one."
Well, I did. Unfortunately, something seems to have happened to me since I've got here, and the music just doesn't come out the same anymore.
And he kind of like raises a brow and looks at you. He goes, "Oh, come on, kid. I'm sure you've got it memorized." As he sits down and he starts to play.
You did not just hit me with the fucking... Fuck you. Okay, I'm fine. And yeah, I think without skipping a beat, just kind of like his old times, he pulls out his violin and plays along.
Yeah, and I think for the first time in some time for all of you, not only does Liam immediately step into chord and is right there matching note for note, but for the first time in a long time, you all catch wind that Liam is performing, to the next level. This is no longer the sad music, no longer that dragging music. This is every bit of joy, every bit of happiness. It's all exactly as he would intend.
you help you to sit back and listen to the music.
Yeah, Tyr's just gonna stand here and just be in awe of both of them playing together.
And I think without looking, without making any sort of eye contact, without any actual inclination, and playing at the very least a little loud enough to muffle it, Caldrian kind of leans to Liam just ever so slightly. And I think this is even something that Liam probably isn't necessarily unfamiliar with, probably something that's happened in similar fashion before. And he goes, "Listen, I know it's been a minute, and I know we're not exactly in practice, but I got a plan to get out of here, but I need you to know she's watching us right now."
Yeah, and I think if there's anything I can do, you know that I'm there.
And he kind of nods and he goes, "Listen, I had plans to use it otherwise, but I have one scroll with me. I have a scroll of plane shift. It can get you and all of your friends out of here." and I think he kind of pauses. He goes, I had originally hoped to use it to get back to you, but so long as I'm chained up here, I can't cast. So I want you guys to take it. I want you to get out of here.
I can't do that. We can't leave yet. There's so much that we still have to do yet.
And he kind of shakes his head. He goes, listen, I'm not asking. I'm telling you guys, this is a dangerous place. You take the scroll, and when you guys need, you get the hell out of here.
She said we could do a play. Couldn't we? Just one play couldn't be that harmful, could it? And maybe she'll trade you for that?
He kind of shakes his head, and she goes, there's always a catch. Every time, there's always something more. They always want more. Another one. Don't make any deals. Take the scroll. Go. Get out of here. Get to safety. Be happy.
I can't do that. We have to finish what we started here. Our friend Tyr here, he's gave up too much for us to not see it to the end. You should take it. We'll find a way to get you out of here, and you take it. I don't know all the specifics or anything like that, but I think it's happening again, and I think there's somebody out there that may need you more than ever.
And he kind of, as the music kind of draws near, he goes, listen, if I get to a point where I can get free of these chains, I can dimension door out of here. I could be gone in a heartbeat. All I need is a moment. But I can't take all of you with me. Take the scroll. When you guys need it, all of you can go.
Well, I think with that, maybe Liam does take it, but well, then we're not leaving here until we help you.
And I think as he kind of softly rounds out the music, he stands again and walks over, giving you a hug. And as he does, kind of within like your jacket, he kind of flips you this scroll, and he kind of nods and he goes, listen, just if it gets bad, get out. Make sure you guys are safe.
I understand. Now, what's the escape plan?
What, Liam, do you mind if I do the thing?
Sure, yeah.
she goes like buzz, like, and she's gonna try and ask Caldrian, like, maybe this is safer in here. Do you have a way to get yourself out? And she's talking to him, obviously.
Yeah, and I think he kind of replies and says, he goes, I don't have a way to free myself of the shackles at the moment, but what I can tell you is if you can get downstairs to the prop shop, they have a storage room. On the back wall, there's a loose rock. If you push that rock, it'll open the secret door that will get you the hell out of this place. All you do is go. Just follow the mine. It's one way. All you have to do is follow it. It might take a little while, and it's probably going to be dark, but it'll get you far away from this place. I don't think anybody else knows about it yet. At the very least, it's safe. Assuming at some point they let these shackles go, I'm hoping maybe during the play they move me off. I can cast Dimension Door, and I'm gone in a flash. All I need is a minute. Just a minute, and I'm out of here. But a lot of you need to get out of here before she finds some way to trap you here.
Kaylin's gonna just turn to Liam and say, there's a way.
Okay, yeah, I think he just nods. He trusts her, so.
It seems so ridiculous. We're about to leave. Clearly, this place is an establishment of fine culture and arts, and I have always wondered how they put these shows on, and so I wonder if they'll give us a tour of the prop shop, or maybe we could just go. I don't know. Maybe go see, right? Like.
And he like almost, immediately is step in step with you as he kind of gestures and goes, sure. I'm sure if you just follow the steps down there, you'll find one of the scene masters downstairs. They wouldn't hesitate to help you out, as he kind of gestures you just behind this kind of facade over here, directing you to a couple of the stairs that are back there. He goes, somebody will be down there. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to show you around at the very least.
Oh, excellent. I just, it's as if you were to go to, I can't even make a reference that you would understand, but it's like you went to the stars and you never asked for a little light, it's like, gotta show you the light while you're at the star. So yeah, let's go check out the theater props. Guys, come on.
Kind of nods, and again, I think there's kind of a lingering look to Liam as he kind of just nods before he sits back down, and he starts to play again. Seemingly that's his sole purpose here for a while.
Kaylin's gonna look back and say, I think you count as the man who raised Liam, and all I can say is thank you. Because of you, he turned into somebody that showed me unconditional love for the first time.
Are you saying that, or is it telepathic?
Telepathic.
And I think he replies, and he goes, and in turn, I certainly hope that you'll look out for him in my stead.
Kaylin's just going to wait by the door for everybody to wrap up.
Yeah, I think, again, he trusts her, so he's going to just follow her. But he definitely lingers for a little bit longer than everybody else and then follows.
It all went dark.
Yeah, and so you guys make your way down the stairs, and I might be able to do this for you. You make your way downstairs as you find all these goblins kind of chained up down here, who are seemingly working away. These guys are just busting away in this scene shop. They have this, there's this furnace going, and some of them are bending metal, and some of them are, really working away down here. You do notice one individual kind of standing out in the middle, kind of directing them, kind of yelling out orders of, oh, that's not good enough. We're going to have to remake that. We've only got 2 days till showtime, people. We really got to get moving. As she's like really trying to, keep all these things in line. But yeah, you guys are kind of free to move about here. You do notice there are loads and loads of different props kind of scattered around the room, some half put together, some fully put together. It is kind of a bit of a scattered mess, but it's all there.
I'm sorry, how do I get out of the stairway?
Yeah, I'm stuck in here too. No, thank you.
Yeah, weird. I'm just gonna start heading. I'll probably say like, ask them some questions. Find out. Just chat with them as Kaylin's gonna start like slinking along the wall, following the directions, seeing if she's just like, yeah, this is nice rock. Yeah, it's nice rock, and she's kind of just like pushing on the wall.
Yeah, and so I think Kaylin specifically, a couple things. So first of all, you do see all these kind of goblins who are, actively working on various things. You do see in the middle of the floor here, this kind of, for lack of a better term, what I'm going to call like a freight elevator. Like you can clearly tell this is used to move like large bits of material and stuff kind of between floors and what have you. And as you continue your way around, you do notice there's kind of this pinion here in the wall that is seemingly the only thing that's holding the chain as as the rest of this chain gang of goblins kind of stretches down the wall. I think as you kind of continue your way around, you also find, if you take any time to look into this back area here, it seems like these are kind of the living quarters for these goblins. And specifically, you do notice that there are a couple of goblin children tucked away there. They're I mean, they seem fine. Like they're not being forced to work or anything, but like they're just kind of, hanging out there. Seemingly, they got like some makeshift toys, if you will, like things like that people have probably built from this, kind of scene shop, this prop shop, if you will. Not like anything super elaborate, but dolls and things like that have been kind of partially put together. Here, you walk into this kind of back storeroom. Seems like it's just kind of a bunch of really old props and scenes and things that have been kind of stashed away. Looks like it's pretty dusty. A lot of this stuff hasn't been used in a really long time. Couple things that you do immediately notice. There is one wall that seemingly is totally vacant, which just seems off as the amount of clutter here. Seems weird that they would keep that part open. You do notice this kind of broken marionette that is tossed in the corner, and you do notice this very large kind of circle that seems to be covered by a sheet in the corner. Liam, Elfie, and Oz, you guys are all kind of loosely circling this kind of, I don't know, what I'm going to call director. She's got these long kind of black robes with this kind of reddish necklace on. And more importantly, she's got looks like partial costume on. Like she's got this bone headdress on that looks like maybe she's getting ready for some kind of part or another.
Is she paying attention to us as we're coming through here?
Truthfully, no, not really. Like she, not so much ignoring you, but you could see she's very focused on the kind of goal of getting this play going, and so you guys are kind of just there, and she's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
All right, well, I'll just come in here with Tyr then if she's not paying this attention.
Yeah, I don't want to get involved with anybody at all and drag attention to us trying to escape. I'll feel go wherever Oz goes, to be honest.
All right, what do we got, Tyr?
We got an empty room here. Kinda. Looks like there's some kind of maybe a puppet over here.
Interesting.
A marionette that's just kind of sitting over here. And this wall is weirdly this wall is weirdly open.
All right, if we're up close, do we see anything else?
Give me an investigation check.
All right, Tyr, help me check this wall here. I'm not very good at that kind of searching.
Got 12.
Why don't you roll with advantage and I'll help.
Oh, you talking guidance?
Oh,
No, he's giving you the help action, so you'd roll with advantage.
Oh, okay.
I'll also throw guidance on you, I suppose.
Fair enough.
Well, I got a 20, so I reckon I
and
probably don't need guidance.
as you look around, you do find one rock that is a little bit loose, and as you give it just the slightest push, you do find this door shifts. Find seemingly a path out.
And the people in the room, it was just the goblins, right?
The goblins and then this lady here.
Oh, shoot. Who's the lady? Oh, crap. I missed.
She's the kind of active director.
Oh, okay.
As far as people, that's what you see, I'll say.
Tyr's good. gonna just say, "Hey, I think we found the exit," and he's just gonna kind of stand in front of it because he's huge and
Mm-hmm.
just
There
walk the door.
Wasn't there something covered up in here too?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah,
on this wall, you can see this large circle that is seemingly covered by a sheet of some sort.
All right, well, Oz will kind of peel it back and peek underneath it.
Yeah, and you see this like incredibly detailed painting of a moon.
Beautiful.
And I think just innately from looking at it, you would see it's got like some eye hooks on the top of it, where like you get the impression that this thing could definitely be suspended as like the background of a stage.
Nice. Hey, we got a moon over here too, so I think this is related to our. What do we want to make an eclipse one of these days?
Caitlin's gonna go into the Oz's mind real quick and be like, "Hey, are we not concerned about the lady in the middle of the room?"
I mean, what are we trying to do? She's ignoring us while we're creeping around down here.
Is she ignoring us?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the most part. In fact, I think she like almost walks immediately by Liam as she kind of walks up to some of the goblins and is like yelling at them like, we've only got 2 more days before we have to be ready to go. You guys have got to pick it up.
With that being said,
Okay.
Liam wants to kind of go up to her and be 2 days. Big play. What's happening?
And she like turns and she goes, "Oh my gosh, you don't even know. Endelin finally gave me this big chance, and I took some time away from the league just to try and make this happen. And I feel like there's a whole lot of pressure all at once to really make this happen. And I'm feeling a little overwhelmed."
Oh yeah, the big break. It's definitely tough. Been there. League, huh? Is that like a sports league or domino league?
Well, I mean, it's like this group of friends that I hang out with. Yeah, I mean, they're really not. Yeah, it's just a group of people that I hang out with. But honestly, I haven't really had the time. I just
Yeah.
Endelin gave me this chance, and I really think this could be it for me.
Does she look like she has any kind of holy symbols on her?
Holy symbols. Give me an investigation check.
Okay. Oh, poops.
You do not see any holy symbols.
Damn it.
So what's the end goal? What happens if you do really good in this play?
And she kind of like, she's crossing both fingers as she holds them up. She goes, "Well, I'm really hoping that if I can impress Endelin, that, maybe she can, imbue me with a little extra power. And, maybe she just sections off a little piece of this land for me, a little place for me to call home. And, I'll have my own little castle. And, maybe I put on some bigger and better plays. And then, maybe it all just takes off from right here."
I see.
Wait, I mean, sorry, I overheard. I know you said you've run into some of the league. Does Skylar ring a bell? Or a priest? You're not a priestess, are you?
Because he suddenly becomes rather standoffish. She goes, where did you hear that name?"
Sometimes I have these weird dreams, man, and I tell you what, I don't know. We hung out with some of these mushrooms, and man, these mushrooms, they will take you on a trip. Most of what they say sounds absolutely ridiculous, so I never know what to believe, but I don't know. I heard this name is like Skrillex or Skyter or I don't know.
Getting a little techno up in here now.
Blah, blah,
yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
No, it's weird. I've never really heard a name like that before. I don't know I don't know where a name like that would come from, as she kind of makes her way over and picks up this staff that was leaning up against the table over here.
Damn it! No.
Okay.
She goes, "Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Sorry. Sorry. Who are you guys again?"
Oh, my name's Trisha. Nice to meet you.
We were actually hired by what's her face up there to track down some missing property.
Okay. What's missing? I guess I didn't hear anything about this.
I feel like that's something that if Moongrave wanted everyone to know what was missing, she would have shared that so everyone could start looking.
I think they're a little embarrassed that they lost it, frankly.
Okay, well, I tell you what. Why don't you guys just hang out, and I'm gonna go check with her real quick, just to kind of make sure that we're all on the up and up of what's going on.
I am going to cast
go right
command
ahead, charge.
halt.
Sure.
Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, command halt to stop her. It is a wisdom saving throw.
Of which she got a 22.
Damn it!
Let's roll for some initiative.
Oh no!
I'm sorry, but I couldn't let her go. I thought
No,
it was
I
gonna be
know.
bad. No,
I know.
Hell
Clear
yeah.
this out first.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh boy.
Click your character token first. Click your character token first.
I'm clicking Kaylin. I clicked Kaylin. I clicked Kaylin. I click initiative. I roll initiative. Does it show up?
Yep, it did.
Yeah.
Mine did too. Yay! Look at us learning.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely not where I thought this was gonna go, but
If she's one of the league, we couldn't let her run to the fucking hag because we're like probably not supposed to be down here.
Oh, we're definitely not supposed to. Yeah. My thought was she runs
no, I don't
away.
get you wrong,
We
like-
run out the door.
Yeah, I guess that I panicked a little bit because now that Liam knows that Caldrian's here, he doesn't want him to pay for our mistakes, you know?
Unfortunately, I
That's
feel like if
valid.
she's dead, she's gonna pay.
And I will say, as her reaction, she has this staff that she kind of smashes on the ground as you guys see this kind of wave of magic come to life and spread over the entirety of this room.
Are you sure I haven't leveled up yet?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, actually.
Are you sure? You sure? God dang it. I just want my levels 4 spells.
Oh, I fucked up. This is on me.
Oh.
I'm a piece of
As
shit.
several of these props spring to life. And with that, we start with Tyr.
look at your problem with that. Got fired.
Okay.
Those things remind me of the cold.
With all the commotion happening, I think Tyr's gonna run, and that is. I got 40 foot that I can go now, so I'm gonna run to kind of right beside Oz, right here, and
Okay. Anything else?
I don't really have any. Okay, I am gonna go ahead and rage, but correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have to do anything this time, right? Next
Correct.
time I have to. Okay, so yeah, I will. I will rage.
Okay. Okay. So then this coffin over here.
Oh, God damn it.
Just able to make it to Liam. With a 14 and an 11 to hit.
They both miss. Yeah.
Okay. And you are safe from that. And it is Liam's turn.
Look at Tracy working for you, Bob.
Barely.
Okay.
Shit. Okay. I need to know what a 40-foot cube would look like, please.
40-foot cube. Okay, let me swap over here. Any particular color strike your fancy?
Not really. It's for slow, if that helps.
Purple.
Purple it is.
Okay, do I have access? No, not yet.
Here, let me go like this.
What is slow? Level 3 spell?
It is, yes, a third level spell.
There it goes. There you go.
Okay, I just want to see where I can affect the most. Oh, god damn it, of course. Not really many I can get in here, though. I could grab these 3, and that would probably be helpful. Yeah, so I think that we're going to use slow. I'll put it in the chat here. Alter time, up to 6 creatures of choice in a 40-foot cube within range. They must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be affected by the spell for the duration. So they, this prop, and old bitch up here has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. She got a 16.
Okay, that meets, so.
Okay, and then let me. I'm gonna move this just so I can get to their token.
Yeah.
As that one, Jesus Christ, that one passes, but not great. And that one fails. So this one is slowed.
Yeah, so it'll have a -2 to its AC and Dex saving throws, and it can't take reactions. Its speed is also halved. It says on its turns it can take either an action or a bonus action, but not both. And it can only use one attack. If it casts a spell with a somatic component, there's a 25% chance the spell fails. That's interesting. Okay, anyway. Shit, I thought I did something. Apparently not.
Okay, and that's not a lingering zone, right? That's just where you affect, so we can get rid of the square?
Yeah, you can. I just wanted to see who all I could hit.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That says concentration up to a minute, though.
I'm assuming that's for the effect, though. It's not like a zone that something can't pass through.
Oh.
Yeah, like things that move into the zone, it doesn't matter.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and then I have, because I've never played a spellcaster at this level, do I get another action? Is that how that works?
No. So you're talking for like extra action?
Yeah.
Correct. A spell would negate that. Like casting does not affect for that.
I see. Cool. Well, in that case, then for my bonus action, I will give Bardic I'll give my inspiration to Kaylin. That's it for me.
Okay. We have this here stuffed pig. And I think because it could only see Liam at the start, we'll run to him. That is a 9 to hit and a 23 to hit.
23 does it.
Which is 8 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, god damn it.
And the Elf King. Gonna run up here to Kaylin. And I would imagine you haven't got a long rest. He will take his with a 9 and an 11. I'm assuming doesn't hit Kaylin.
Correct.
And this wedding cake. Can't quite make it, but it's probably going to action dash. Make it up here, but that's it for its turn. We have this stuffed golem, which can only get to Liam. 15 and an 18 to hit.
They both hit.
It's a total of 8 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, I don't understand why this happened this way, but my initiative ran twice.
Well, while we roll through here, we can get rid of one of them. That's fine.
I
Okay.
just noticed it, sorry.
And then on to Skyla herself, which also, now that you guys have guessed the name, I can share this. So she is going to, I think specifically the fact that Kaylin is the one that started this. It's going to be looking at Kaylin.
Well,
Wow.
really splitting
Damn.
hairs on who started it, I'll have to say.
Well, Kaylin is the one who specifically called her out by name.
That makes sense. I
And
was just saying, I'm the one that tried to
that's
stop
kind
her.
of the larger
Yeah,
issue.
sure.
God damn it.
Too bad we don't know what to do with anybody's fucking name. That's not worked out for us yet, has it?
Nope.
Let's see. And so she is going to. She's going to first take a use of her staff. Okay. Which is certainly not going to hit. But given that that fails, she will cast a follow-up spell. And she specifically, you guys see this kind of purple glow around her for just a minute before she disappears.
Fuck.
Great.
I will say, why don't you guys all give me a perception check at disadvantage as you're actively fighting?
Fuck.
Oh, wow. My disadvantage is 18. Fun.
Why can't I find anything? There we go. Okay. God dang it.
So
Oz.
Oz and Kaylin don't catch it, but everybody else, you do notice the kind of curtain that was blocking the stairs. You do see that pull aside for the briefest moment before kind of swishing back closed.
That's a problem.
Last but not least, oh no, not even last. We have
Annoying.
this thing that's going to run over here and take a couple swings at Oz for 9 and 17 to hit.
Nope.
All right. And that will bring us round to Kaylin.
Is there a point in fighting these? Or do we just run at this point? Ugh.
I agree. Full disclosure, I'm going to use my pipes this next round to make them frightened, so we can run.
Yeah.
If I
think
survive that
I'm-
long.
Yeah. I think
We're
Kaylin's
I'm
gonna
going to tell you right
say
now, you'll survive that long.
what? Anyways, I think Kaylin's gonna say fall back to the cave and use her disengage to get out. Say what's 30? Oh, so she'll get 30 feet if she disengages, right? Because disengage is the action.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So she'll get about here. Boy, oh boy.
Okay. And that'll bring us around to
wait,
Elsie.
sorry.
Oh.
One last thing, because VP got hit. So she is gonna, with a bonus action, throw a healing word on him for 10.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Elfie.
I have a question, a mechanical question.
Sure.
Can you react to a reaction or no?
No, because
Yeah.
I don't think a reaction can spark a reaction. I think
It
an
can,
action
'cause you
has to
can-
spark a reaction.
You can counterspell back and forth, so you have to be able to.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. I mean, because yeah.
The only reason I asked is I do have a reaction of something, but I didn't know if them attacking on a reaction would actually be able to allow me to react to their damage.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
assuming it falls within the bounds of the reaction, like whatever it states, sure.
Okay. Bear with me while I figure this out because I'm like bouncing between tabs because I don't have my other screens in the hotel. I could pull a Jonathan, but I probably shouldn't do that.
What?
Or don't want to cast Fireball, you know?
Well. Oh no.
I'm not going
Hi,
to. I promise.
Liam.
See, I'm not an evocational wizard, so I can't do that. Okay. Oh, please stop it. So many things are popping up while I'm trying to do this. How is Liam looking? Am I looking at him?
Well, I've been better. I don't know. Truthfully, never recovered from getting flung around like a rag doll. Somehow, I'm always playing characters that don't need to be in the front lines, and here I am in the front lines.
And damage in the front lines of that.
Yeah.
Wait. Pause. Okay. I'm going to use Scorching Ray. Hold on. Where am I exactly located right now? Okay, so he's not directly in. Like, I can't see. The only one I can't see is this one, right? Technically. Or can I see that one? Even if it's on my screen, I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's on your screen, you can see it.
Okay. So I am going to use Scorching Ray. Oh. Well. For 17 damage, or 17 to hit, I guess? Or is it 17 damage? I just rolled 3.
17 to hit.
Yeah, that'll be the
17 to
hit.
hit. Sorry, I hit cast and it just did its own thing. Sorry. And then it rolled the damage too, that's why. Let's see. Interesting. So if you have 2 components, it'll actually roll both in d20. That's good to know. So does a 17 hit? I guess is the question.
I'm going through them right now.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Very good. 17 does not hit.
Any of them?
Dang.
Correct.
Damn, what some rolls?
Okay, well. Elfie's gonna yell, I tried. And everyone can see where I'm pointing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the door right there, Ace? Would I go through the door at that
Yeah,
point, 30
it's
feet?
over here, but yeah, you could make it probably about to the threshold.
Okay, that's where I'm going.
All right,
Oh, I see. You can see the door now.
takes us to Oz.
All right, I'm gonna need a wisdom save from everything around me. So everything should be within 15 feet. So I'm casting Spirit Guardians.
That's one.
16 from Tyr.
No, it won't hit you.
And your save is a 16. So yeah, not a damn one of them pass.
Woo!
All right. So I will roll damage. 3d6 radiant for weak 5 damage.
That was 3d6s.
Got a 1, a
Yep.
1, and a 3. Oh,
Oof.
Oof.
And then since we are, well, I guess we'll wait on Liam to get out of there. I don't want to leave him here by himself. So maybe he'll step down here and draw some attention. And then I think that's it for Oz's turn.
When it comes to that spell too, all of the creatures that are affected by it, their speed is half.
Yeah, good point. And anytime it starts its turn in here, it makes a wisdom saving throw. And takes more damage if it fails. Or half on success.
and this owlbear statue is going to have to action dash just to make it to Oz. And that brings us to Tyr.
Dang it, got a handful of food. Yep. Yep. So Tyr's gonna pop right about here or so, and he is going to swing his axe at the one right below him.
Okay.
For a lovely, just 14.
14 does not hit.
Okay, and he is going to try it one more time and use his other action to try and attack it again. With the nat 1, I'm assuming I'm not going to hit again.
Ooh, yeah. You're struggling, Bob.
Yep, you know,
I can't imagine what their AC is for me to have missed with a 17.
better things have happened. Okay, so I guess on one last ditch effort, he's going to kind of run right back to the side. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that either because now I'm too close to the other one. Yeah, I think that's it for Tyr.
Okay.
He screwed this round up.
All right. This one doesn't need to go anywhere. So that is a 19 to hit, and a 22 to hit.
Which one of us?
You.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. Okay, and so that'll be a total of 14 bludgeoning damage.
Woo!
That'll take us around to Liam.
Shit. Okay. Well, he ain't looked so good. He's bruised and bleeding, and it ain't good, folks. So I think that I'm gonna go ahead and use a bonus action to use Healing Word on myself. So let me grab that real quick. That's better than nothing. And then he is going to pull out the Pipes of Haunting and play. Blah, 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 blah. Each creature within 30 feet. Can I put this? I think I can, right? There we go. Yeah, so we need, in 30 feet of me, that can hear me must succeed a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened. So if they all can hear me. Nah, friendlies don't count.
Oh, okay.
I can choose to not.
Perfect.
Oh,
Because I would have
you
failed.
know what?
Oh no, are they immune?
Yeah,
Give me
so
that prop to make
funny
hear
thing
anything.
about props, they can't
Fuck.
hear anything.
Oh no.
Well, I just boned myself then. I'm in trouble. Totally burned my turn for nothing. Fuck. I didn't think about that.
Oh boy.
I could try to run, but do you know how many attacks of opportunity I'd take?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The
It was-
answer
it
is
was
all of
disengaged.
them.
Listen,
Yeah,
only because I feel like it's fair that we've just come to this conclusion. I'll also point out they're props, so you don't know that they have a reaction.
Oh.
Well, damn, if that's the
Dang,
case, I'm
don't-
fucking running. Yeah, I mean, if it's that easy, bub. All right, I'm gonna move and we'll see what happens. 5?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, 10, 15, 20, 30, run! They're stupid, run!
All right. Well, that does it for Liam.
Banana
This
the
one's
prop.
going to move up.
Sorry, sorry, dear, I had to
And
go.
I'm assuming the 8 isn't going to hit, but the 23 might hit Oz.
Yeah, 23 is gonna hit.
Okay. Be 8 bludgeoning damage.
Whew.
This one's going to move up here.
We're gonna get in a fight in the near future, and we're gonna clean house, and it's gonna feel good, friends.
Does a 19 hit Oz?
A really good question. I wouldn't do that.
It does.
Okay. 7 more bludgeoning damage.
To be fair, fighting against the red cap didn't go poorly.
6 and 21 to hit Oz for 3 more
Yes.
bludgeoning damage. This one will move in. And neither of those will hit. And on this next turn, all of them cease to move,
Yep, too
And-
far away.
become props again as we
We're out of
fall
combat.
out of combat.
Beautiful.
Okay, time to go. We better go.
GTFO.
All right, well, Oz is picking up those props and throwing it in the fire across the way here, and then we're falling back out.
Son of bitches.
You know what? Tyr will absolutely help him pick them up and throw them in there.
Yeah, no,
Big run over
absolutely.
here, and then we're out.
Yeah, I feel
Well,
like Liam runs
Kaylin
over
is
here.
gonna
Oh,
swing. Sorry, one more thing. She is gonna come over, and she's gonna throw a oh shit, where did it go? Guiding bolt on the piton with the chains.
Okay.
That'll be a 21 to hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and then that'll do 17 damage.
More than enough.
Excellent.
As you watch this, like, chain gang of goblins kind of quickly run back to their rooms, scoop up a bunch of smaller goblins, and they take off running like hell.
oh, well done.
Be
Nice.
free, my children.
We want to grab this random marionette on the way out of here, or leave that be?
Grab it.
I don't feel like it could hurt us.
Shove it in the bag.
All right.
I got a
I'll
bag.
go grab
I know the drill.
I'm not going to narc. Wait, that was almost the wrong word. What's the word when you are a constant thief?
Klepto.
Like when you. Yeah, no, we're not going to kleptomaniacs anonymous anytime soon. Grab everything.
All right, I'm gonna pick that up. Anything happen?
I think, yeah, as you pick it up, it kind of like lifts its head and goes, "Oh, I didn't realize anybody else was down here."
You want to go on an adventure with us, or should we leave you here?
Well, I feel like an old bitter end might be real pissed off if I'm not here, but she hasn't come looking for me for a while, so let's go.
All right, dude. Welcome to the group. All right, let's go, guys.
Bye.
I want to point out this is not very different than how we originally found the fucking Caffrey thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, and with that, you guys do make your way out of the Motherhorn. But for time's sake, I'm assuming we're working with similar timelines to what we have been. So I do think that's probably our best place to call it for the night.
No.
I mean, listen, look, schedule-wise, if people are good to keep going, we could, but like that is going to lead us into a whole nother thing. So like, I don't want to, hold everybody down.
How do people
That's
feel
fair.
about continuing to have some conversations?
I will say
Yes,
it's
so-
quite a lengthy walk. So if you guys want to talk
Mm.
while you're walking, that's totally cool.
That's fair.
No, we can do. I'm
While
down
we're
for
walking out of the towers or out of the
Yeah,
theater.
so the way that is going to work is that is like a really long mine shaft. That is, I mean, before you have any interactions, you will be walking for some time.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, if you guys are okay to just have some conversations. A lot happened today.
I got
I'd
nowhere
love
to
to
be.
Yeah. So
no,
how
I
do
mean,
you?
I'm okay if we want to
Um,
conversate on the way out of here.
What do you say to that lady to piss her off, Kaylin?
Look, I didn't think she would have given us her real name. We had one name. I didn't know if she was the priestess. I assumed she wasn't the assassin because she did not seem as sneaky enough to be assassin. So the only information that we knew is that there's a priest, there's a warlock named Skyla, and she did not look like the other people that he described. So I didn't know.
Wait. Who mentioned her?
Well, the old guy, you know, hold on.
Elkhart.
I close
Nib?
Elkhorn.
Elkhorn.
that one. Elkhorn. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, she did mention that she
Yeah.
was in
Okay.
some league, and I guess it was a short jump to the conclusion that she's part of the League
Yeah.
of M.
Because we knew about Kellic, he's calling the shots, and it's a he, and she's a she, I think. I didn't stop to ask. And then there's a swordsman named Warduke. She didn't look like a Warduke, I can tell you that.
Well, Warduke's
Is
the
an assassin.
mercenary, to be fair. I don't think he's part of the League.
He is technically.
Is he technically?
He is technically.
You guys were told he's currently allied with the league purely
Yeah.
out of the fact they paid him.
Yeah.
Correct.
So,
So
he's
you're
a
both
sellsword.
Employed by.
Yes. And then there was an assassin. She didn't look like an assassin. I'm pretty certain we killed the assassin. So that really just left a priest and a Skyla the warlock. So I think we met Skyla.
well, my bad. I was just trying to keep her from leaving. I didn't know she was
Well.
going to animate all that stuff.
That's okay. I thought that I should have known better too, that she would have, I don't know. It's okay though.
Elfie's gonna kind of like look over and not in like any sort of a bad way, but just look really like relieved that it wasn't his fault this time. But speaking of assassins, you know what's slightly concerning me at the moment is the fact that the hag that can see the future told me that I'm gonna die to an invisible assassin's blade to the heart, and I don't know how to feel about that.
I got it. I don't like that I can hear that things are being rolled and there's nothing that shows up.
That wasn't a roll. I was just.
It
It
wasn't
was
a
a
roll?
message.
That's a message.
Oh, it was a message.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Oz, holy crap, Will's your mom.
Yes, she is.
Do you think she stuck around in thither, or did she?
I don't know. Might have to go back, though I don't know how we're getting back. It'd definitely be easier if we had a cloud to fly in, but if we get back over that way, we'll have to check it out. I had a vision during all that. I think all the kids were freed. So
Yeah.
I don't know where she might go now.
You think she's still an Oni?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Don't know how to
I hope
make
not.
one or how to free one.
Yeah. So, Tyr, any
Yeah.
any relation to the famous Tyr Firefist, who
The one and
you
only?
know? Wait, is it you?
It is me.
The one who fought the frost giant?
I'm pretty sure I have.
Dang. Huh. How long? Well, shoot. I guess. Have you been here the whole time?
Kaylin,
Uh,
read my mind.
Okay. 1 second.
Okay.
Yes, Papa.
All right, and Oz is going to think on our earlier times with Tyr, specifically you and Tyr, Halen riding on Tyr's shoulders as we are first crossing through, and you and Tyr about to fall off the mountainside as we were trying to climb down off the rails. And Tyr charging to fight the Marrows in the water. And yeah, all the other times that we've been doing cool things, so.
Here's
Yeah, I
letting
think-
Kill the King to become the king of the bullywug.
As that happens, I think this is the similar effect, but opposite positions this time, where to Kalen, you can see yourself clearly in each of those images, but the other person, being Tyr, is kind of blurry to you, is kind of vague. And like when he says it, like, you know, you believe him. It's not that you don't, but like as far as experiencing that for you again, like even though he's, you know, projecting his active memories, it's weird to you. It's kind of like it's underwater and just kind of muddled a little bit.
I think I get what you're trying to show me. I guess this is what it's like to be on the other side of it. It sounds a lot like what you described when I was trying to tell you about Will. I think you're trying to show me things I've done with Tyr, or things Tyr has done
Yeah.
for us.
Things we've all done with Tyr.
That's cool. I hope we can
Feel
get
like
his
it's a-
stuff back. I hope we can get his shadow back. I tell you what, I have been penning up quite the poem I intend to deliver to these hags the next time we see them, because I bet you the next time we see them, we'll have a unicorn horn that's going to give us a little bit of leverage, and I fully intend to show her her end.
So we still need to be able to make an eclipse. There's a giant moon and prop in their basement down there.
Hear me out. I have an idea. It seems to me all it takes is a mask of a sun and a moon. She was so afraid of that, she locked up Glister in the prison.
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple moon ideas. I bet it's...
Just all go back in there as moons and suns.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I don't know.
Are you guys doing telepathic?
No,
No.
I wasn't. I was
Oh.
talking out loud.
We should
Yeah,
go
I mean-
moon her.
Yes, yes. All right, I like you, Tyr. I don't remember much about you, but I like you. We connect.
Yeah, and I think specifically being out of danger and everything, I'm just I think I'm just gonna go up to Oz and Tyr, or not Tyr, I am Tyr. Oz and I guess everybody, honestly, and just give everybody a hug and say I'm glad everybody's got their stuff back. I may have bargained one more thing for you guys to get it, but I'm glad.
Yeah, appreciate that, Tyr. But I think we all need to, I don't know, make a little bargain with ourselves that we're not going to make any more bargains with hags if it's giving up something that important.
I understand.
I got a feeling that the next place we should head is to the palace, because I don't think that the horns in any of the places we've been based on what Charm was saying.
Yeah, it did sound like it wasn't in hither, thither, or yon. So I think we've got to go to the palace.
But if Charm
Is the
can't even get there,
palace-
then how are we supposed to get there?
The palace is outside of the 3 realms.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I was thinking we had to go back to the carnival or something.
I was thinking it was at the carnival too.
No, because it was the first thing when we first came, and Kaylin can tell you, Kaylin can say, no, like, I mean, when we first came here, it was, and we landed on the bridge before the clouds rolled in. It was really the first thing that I saw here of Prismere, and it was this beautiful castles poking out through the clouds before they rolled in, but it's out there. It's here.
The problem is we don't know how to get there.
Yeah. You're right. But if there's one thing we're pretty good at, it's making enemies and friends. And I think that there's probably a couple folks around here who have also lost something and might be interested in helping us succeed on this mission.
That's true.
And I think the next time we have to confront these hags, which we learn our lesson, is that Tyr should not be there. Whenever we go back with the unicorn horn, Tyr needs to be put aside for a little bit until we can disable Moongrave. Otherwise, he's just going to be immediately.
We are going to have
Decimated.
to figure out what to do without you, Tyr. Tyr, I tell you.
I'm still with you guys. I ain't got a shadow, but I'm still with you guys.
Yeah, but that means that you're going to get used and flown around like a puppet. They can use you against us.
So we need to come up with a contingency plan for Tyr.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if my magic's high enough, but whenever the gods see fit to finally grant me with my due prizes for having confronted a third hag, I will have been ordained with such magic that allows me to dispel some. I really wish those gods would have looked down upon me kindly, because we could have saved ourselves a fight. I could have. Well, I guess I couldn't have done much, because I'd have just opened us up a portal to the side of a mountain that wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Knowing our luck with high places, we probably all would have fallen off the mountain.
Yeah. Speaking of which, this scroll. I mean, he said to use it if we needed to get out quickly, but obviously we didn't have to do that to get out. Do you think that he meant it to be a way for us to get? Do you think? I don't know how to, because he said think of a place you want to go. I don't know. Is it a backup option for the castle?
It's a way out of Prismere.
Probably trying to tell us to go home and forget about this place.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you thought so? Get out of Prismere altogether?
Which we can do, right? Like, there's just so much we still haven't done. Now that Tyr's missing his thing, and now that I know Cauldron's here, I can't just leave him behind.
Yeah.
I think
Is it a safe
Tyr's
assumption that?
Huh.
Sorry, I'll think it was probably at the same time.
Yeah.
Is it safe to assume that the chains that held the goblins would have also been the chains that were holding him up top? Were they the same kind of chain?
No. So I think
Or the-
visually you would see that his had like runes etched into it, which is what's dampening his ability to cast his own magic.
Okay, makes sense. Just was curious.
Yeah, so Tyr's just going to point out, like, based off of the prior conversation, was, I don't want anybody to freak out that I've lost my shadow. I did this knowing that this could potentially not let me get out of Prismere. I did this to save you to get out.
Well, I mean, that brings me to a good point. Something I've been wondering about is I'm guessing if we free the person who made all these rules about reciprocity, she's probably going to be willing to, honor that reciprocity, right? Like, I suspect she might be willing to do a favor for each of us. That's a pretty big ask.
Well, I think if we
What do you think?
free her, hopefully she still has the same power she had previously, and we just end these hags altogether. In which case, I suspect whatever once belonged to the hags then belongs to, I don't know, the original owner, maybe this new leader.
Fair
Old
point.
leader.
What do you think each of you would ask for at the end, though? Where do you want to go after this? Oz, I guess like your home is the Feywild, and I don't know, Liam, assuming obviously that we get Caldrian, which I know we're going to find a way. Are each of you going back home? Like what? I don't know what comes next.
I don't know. I've just got a whole bunch of new memories I've got to process and feelings to deal with. Feel like I've got two homes now. In a life I never lived. I think it's too late to live that life now. So I don't know. We'll see. For now, it seems like it's meaning enough to try to take down these hags and bring some order back to this place. What comes after? Well, there might not be an after.
Yeah, and I think
Liam?
for me, I would just want to go home. If I was able to get out of here for some unknown reason, I'd like to go home and live out whatever life I got left.
Outside of Baldur's Gate? Oh wait, no, I don't know that anymore. Sorry. where do you call home?
I don't remember. Hold on.
I don't remember.
I mean, she just told you.
I hate when she does that too. It's like, oh crap.
Sorry.
The
No
area.
Oh, shit. I ain't got it wrote down.
It's
I got
all
it somewhere.
Alfie, what you thinking you doing? I guess you got a lot of things to sort out still.
I don't know. All these memories, I haven't been able to process them all yet, but my mom, I'm mad, but never again. And it's kind of nice to know that I wasn't always alone. Seems like she really cared for me, even just in the moments that we just found her. So I guess at this point, I'll like pull out the hand mirror and kind of just like look into it. And you said that I do see my mom's reflection looking back, right?
Yeah, and I think probably at the moment you actually just see her kind of asleep. Like, I mean, finally in a safe place. Yeah, I mean, after
Did she
being
get the long
locked
rest?
up and yeah, I mean, effectively that's what it is, right? Like she is arguably in a safe place where I mean, she's, expectedly, I mean, you are the one keeping it safe at this point, so does not have anything to really worry about. So yeah, I mean, she is effectively losing a level of exhaustion at this point.
I think Elfie's gonna look at her and just like have this like look of want on his face, but he's gonna put the mirror away for now and let her continue to rest.
What
And I'll
about
be
you,
like,
Liam?
and Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, and I never wrote down in my backstory for where I live. So I live in a small town outside of Baldur's Gate.
Amazing. I'm so
Hub, huh?
glad that you filled in all the blanks
like,
I didn't
Hey,
say.
how did I miss that?
How very enlightening.
Small town. That's what I wrote down.
Oh man.
I don't think I ever looked that far into it.
Yeah, so I think Liam says, what are you doing after all this, Kaylin?
Me?
Yeah.
Kaylin looks kind of like sad. Where am I going? Ooh. That's a tough question. Can't we just like talk about what we think happens when we die instead? Like that's a lighter subject, right?
Is it?
I'm really
No, I
hoping
guess
when we
not.
die, a monkey comes up to me with a butt.
Well,
I'm pretty certain that's a Liam thing. He's pretty unique. But I mean, to be honest, if I get the chance to go home, getting my quarry back has really put a very different perspective on my parents and why they were the way that they were. I've been able to see things through my quarry's eyes, and it's the same one that my father has. And so I saw the incredible journey that they made, thousands of miles of dangerous territory to try and get me away from a place where I was always in danger. And they took me to this place where I grew up thinking that they just hated me and thought I was weird and strange. And now I realize they were really just trying to protect me from the horrors until I was ready. And I don't think that they knew what to make of what I was, because I am different than even most Kalishtar. And I didn't realize it until getting Tama to what is his name? It's there. It's like, it's so close. Oh, I was gonna learn it. I thought the unicorn would tell me. Anyways, most Kalishtar only inherit their quarry if it's the same gender as the quarry was. I know it's backwards. They didn't. I don't know why, but for some reason that's just how it's worked for thousands of years. So when my mom, who's a human, and my father is the Kalishtar, when they had a daughter, they thought there was no way that she would be Kalishtar, because my father should only be able to pass on the quarry to a son. So then when I had all the signs of it, and I started telling him about these dreams that I had, that were dreams he's had, because they're the same memories from our quarry, it scared them. Because we've had a really beautiful day, so I won't burden you with the nightmares. But there's an important role that is prophesied, that a child with a mismatched quarry. I don't know what it means. It's not very clear. but I think that there's an important thing that I have to do. So all that's a long story to explain that I want to go home, and I want to give my parents a hug, and I want to tell them I understand, and then I want to go kick some freaking dreaming dark ass.
I think
But
Tyr.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say I think Tyr's gonna kind of, like I would like to go home too, but if it comes down to it, to where getting you guys out to getting me out, I'm getting you guys out.
You know, we'd all say the same for you too, right?
That's okay. But I think I've found a new mission in life, and that's getting you guys out, regardless of what happens to me.
No, I appreciate what you've done for me, for us, but I can promise you now that we'll figure out a way for you to get your things back again and find you a way out too.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it.
He'll just kind of walk up to Tyr and kind of like lean his head against, like, I'm assuming his forearm, because even a large creature is short to Tyr. So they're aiming for his shoulder, but ended up on his like forearm.
My hip, probably.
I'm a medium-sized creature. I think you're considered extra large.
I mean, Tyr's like 7 foot or something, right? Like
7'6", yeah.
I mean, it's
He's
not
pretty
my
tall.
fault that you're extra large sized, okay? Whatever. I'm not leaning my head on your hip, so I'll just stand there and like, give you comfort, I guess. But for sake of argument, my head's leaning against your forearm, regardless if I'm sitting on a step stool.
Yeah, and I think also I'll kind of look to Kaylin and be like, Kaylin, I do wish I could remember you like we had. From what I've heard, we've had some pretty amazing times together. You know, we'll I'm sure we'll make more memories.
I hope so too. I really do. And
Yeah.
Kaylin's gonna turn to Liam and just say, "You're not getting off the hook that easy, buddy."
Whatever do you mean?
What would you do after this is over? I mean, you just found Caldrian. I have to imagine you want to go back, and you have a sister. You have to want to go see them. And your parents? I mean, speaking of, your parents are humans. I mean, you're the first tiefling I've met. I've read things, but you want to explain that to me?
Well, the first thing you got to know is that I don't know all the details. But after I met Caldrion, he kind of explained some of it to me, and we kind of pieced it together over the years. Sometimes, what happens is that humans make some sort of deal, right? Like, or people in general, that make some sort of deal with this or that demon, and in exchange, lots of things can be thrown around, but that kind of power does things to the bloodline, right? And, well, I was born and I came out looking like me, and they weren't too happy about it. So at their earliest convenience, as soon as they could find it in their, busy schedules, find time in their busy schedules, they dropped me off at the nearest village and just left me there. So I'll have to say I'm not in a hurry to go back and see them anytime soon.
But your sister.
I don't know. I didn't even know I had one. I can guess. I can guess that they tried again to build their.
It is your sister and not a daughter, right? Because I thought it was Will was the brother, but it was the mother. And now I'm not really sure what these portraits are showing. I mean, I don't know. I could be a mom if I needed to. I didn't really think about it. I guess I could. I don't know. I'm kind of still like figuring things out. I'd figure it out though. There's some books on it. I'm sure I could read something.
He kind of grabs her like, I'm sure it's my sister. There's no reason for it to be anything else.
I mean, you did say this isn't, Bard.
No, I feel it somehow. That is my sibling for sure.
Okay. It's like the misplay is like, okay, good. I gotta be honest. I'm like still kind of just figuring out who I am and like, I someday, right? Like I want someday. I've always imagined having kids someday, but just not yet. But I mean, I don't know. You're the first person I ever thought would even want to stick around with me long enough to. What am I saying?
To be honest, I feel the same. There have been other people for sure, but it was never anything other than rebellion, fetishization. You take one look at me. Do I look like some kind of person that anybody would want to spend any more time than just a night with? Everybody that I've ever met.
You're the wrong person.
Sure, I agree. It has been the wrong people until now. But everybody else before now, it was just I was the fancy, bard, fancily dressed, and they were mad at their dads for some reason, or just thought, oh, I wonder what it's like to be with a devil. I was only ever a devil to everybody else.
Oh gosh, so I mean, where I'm from, tieflings aren't really viewed very highly either. But it always seemed weird. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't. I don't know. I hate that you've been through that. I do, but I don't know. Red does something to me, I tell you what, because I can't even. It's just,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well,
We'll figure it out.
anyways, so this is a little awkward. I brought up marriage. I thought and you maybe were gonna forget about it afterwards or something.
So are you saying that you don't want to?
Are you saying you do want to?
I asked you first.
Back to 5th grade we go.
You. Please circle yes, no. Marry me. Kaylin's gonna take out from her bag. She had been keeping some grass that for when like Clapperclaw that she never got to help, make Clapperclaw okay, but she'd been carrying around some grass.
No, don't eat that.
Clapperclaw.
Yeah, please don't eat that.
That's fucking hilarious.
Oz, I'll be with you in a minute. Don't you worry.
Damn, she romancing 2 characters at once.
That's not what I mean. I need an officiant.
I know.
Oh, okay. And she's gonna tie it into a little knot because she's got a pretty good survival skills, so she can do knots a little bit better than Tyr.
Oh, I think I gained that ability back yet. Now.
Oh, did you? Oh, can you tie knots now?
Whenever I got my gauntlet back.
Oh my goodness, this is excellent.
Wait, does that mean I can
So
light
wait,
fires
part
again
of
now?
your curse was you can't tie knots?
Yep.
Wow, that's incredible.
I mean, was it your curse that you couldn't light a fire without magical means?
Me?
That was mine.
No, that wasn't
yours
mine.
was the knocking 3 times. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, no, I couldn't tie a knot. That's
God,
why I
Yep.
I
screwed
guess
up
the real
with
question
the.
here is, the real question is, what was Oz's curse?
At the carnival, I couldn't tell lies.
No,
No, you should have had-
because you
it was
lost your
one that-
item.
At the very beginning, we all got a curse.
When we got into Prismere.
Clearly, it's affected us and the gameplay very deeply. So
I don't remember. Like,
I have no idea.
Oh,
Do you
he
remember
also had can't enter without knocking, but he's just ever the first in a room, so it didn't matter.
Oh. Fair enough.
Honestly, you know what my problem
That's
been
valid.
role playing wise is there's not a lot of doors. You know what I mean?
Sorry.
It's,
All right. Well, Kaylin's gonna go ahead and take this grass.
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
she is tied into a knot. And hold on. I gotta pull up my thing real quick. Hold on. Oh no, I closed it. Come back. Oh, I have too many open. This is a very romantic moment.
You're doing great.
I swear.
Doing fine.
And she is going to take out. Yeah, she's gonna take out her her little ink pen or whatever, and she's going to inscribe something in Quarry on the inside of it, and she's going to say, "Liam, will you marry me?"
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
To be clear, I don't know how marriage works. If like we lose our memories of each other, like is it legally binding still? I'm not sure. Oz?
I don't think spousal privilege applies to the Feywild, okay?
I'm
You
gonna
know
walk
what?
up to Liam and be like, quick, give me the loot. Let me play something for you guys.
I don't have a loot anymore, big guy.
Oh, damn it. Never mind.
I gave it away to that little girl.
Oh, that's right.
We don't have the
No.
music box or anything, do
No,
we?
too
We got
bad.
nothing. You can start. You can take a piece of grass. You can take one of Kaylin's pieces of grass and like play it like a whistle. Boo, boo, boo. Like,
Yeah.
Right, I got this one.
oh God.
And mainly just because I'll set up Pam, but it's fine.
Oh, well done. Well done.
I don't hear anything.
Give it a second. It's all right.
Your mobile may be messing with Kinku right now.
Yes, that's
No,
true
I
too.
heard Kinku earlier with the music box and everything.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Stop. No, I can't do this. No, I can't do this.
I was letting it sink in before I replied there.
Okay, just
understand what
to
it
be clear,
is.
again, it's like in case of law, like if you would like, we can make this like a just. I don't know how long we're gonna live. If we're gonna live, I don't know if we're gonna make it out. I don't know who I'm gonna be when I go back because
Okay, so I
I
think in the
feel like
middle
there's
of
a
all
part
her
of me-
rambling, that he just grabs her face and kisses her. Just, he knows where this rambling hole goes down.
and she's gonna still be holding it. She would. Is that a yes?
Absolutely. So he takes it, and then I think that he digs into his bag, and he probably has some like, loose jewelry and stuff from his costumes or whatever. And I think that he takes maybe a ring that Cauldron gave him for one of the costumes.
Cauldron's ring. Man locked up.
It's nothing special, but we can always figure it out later.
What the hell does special mean to you, sir?
Well, it's kind of old and dusty, right? But I'm just saying you deserve better, okay? That's all I'm saying.
No, I deserve.
Girl gave you a piece of grass.
Yeah, right.
I mean, honestly,
Gave you grass.
that's perfect. That's like Caitlin's personality in a nutshell.
Yeah.
So it's right on the money.
I honestly figured she's gonna put out like a ring pop and like be like,
If I had gotten one from the carnival, I absolutely would have done that. Okay. Well,
I guess this is the
Hold
thing
on.
now.
hey
I
Oz.
think y'all would
I have like 2 roles I need you to play, and you get to choose which one. But like, I don't know. Can you like both walk me down the aisle and officiate? Because like my dad's not
I can
here,
do
but
that.
you're kind of like, oh, you can.
Absolutely.
I want to
Wait.
point out that this, like, if you guys look in Alfie's direction, this is the first time the child like thing that's going on between the two of you isn't met with disgust. And he's like
Aw,
actively like happy looking at the situation happening in front of him.
love.
Now that he has his memories back.
Oh man.
Tear. I feel like, I mean, I definitely have the memories of Elfie, and I really love this like whole arc that we've made recently, but I still don't know if he's like interested in being my maid of honor.
That means that like I'm gonna I keep saying wild shape. I'm gonna changeling shape into like a version of. Oh well, no, Caitlin, put the image of your mom in my head.
Of my mom or your mom?
Your mom.
My mom? Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I
don't need to actually send it, but just tell me, just like you're giving me that image. I'm gonna then changeling shape into your mother. And I'll be
Hi.
on the side.
Oh man.
Hi, Mom. Meet Liam. I'm getting married.
That's why I'm like,
Okay.
bro, it's still me. It's like,
So we have it. Elfie's the maid of honor. I could be the best man.
Incredible.
And also there's
Elfie,
James.
I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit stressed seeing my mom here because, like, you know, I don't know. We haven't talked about it. But if you're willing,
Well-
I would really love for you to be my changeling of honor.
Elfie's gonna like notice like the awkward tension, and it's like wild shape into something similar, but not exactly. Now he knows what a cow shard exactly looks like as an older person. And then it's like, they'd be like, no, it's just Elfie, your older changeling sister. It's fine. And just like,
I got a sister.
well, close enough. Whatever. Not your mother. The cow shard.
I've always wanted a sister. Can we have a sleepover?
Don't get married.
Tonight.
Focus on.
Oh my gosh. Does
Focus
this mean
on
you're throwing my
getting married,
bachelorette party?
No.
Dang it.
I feel like Elfie's like mildly regretting his decision, but still trying to smile through it. Like, oh, dude.
Caitlin like notices. She's like, okay, too much. Pull back. Yes. Okay. Guys, I'm excited. I mean,
Oh man.
we're going to Prismyland.
Wait,
Really?
this isn't happening right now?
I mean, that's the next place we're going to try and find. It'll be a little while. We got time to plan the wedding. So, like, it's fine. We got time. It's okay. It's like, you know, we can think about
So,
it. Also,
Elfie's gonna
Oz, like,
tingling shape back into Elfie because he thought it was happening right now.
What the fuck?
oh, no, I was going to give it a little bit of time. You know, there's a clause, like when you make a big purchase, that there's like I think they call it like a regret clause or something. Like, I feel like giving the regret clause for Elfie and for Liam, I feel like they both, I'm just gonna let it sink in because, like, to be fair, I also haven't fully disclosed everything. So, like, you know, we can always, we'll talk later.
Did you just give your proposal an option?
I did. There's
7-day
an escape
return
button.
notice.
There's an escape button.
She just said straight up in real estate, there's an option period when you buy a house. And she's like, no, I give myself permission to back out of this contract within the next 10 days for any reason without disclosure. No, never mind.
I'm giving you all that option. I'm like the home seller, right? I'm the home being sold.
Oh,
or something.
she's giving you the option.
The home being sold. I'm
Here,
the property that's being exchanged.
I'll give Liam the
Gotta get it
second
inspected
guess
first.
right now.
The second what?
I'll give Liam a second guess right now.
Oh God, no.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare red wedding us. Don't you dare.
Oh, Jesus. Man, he had that ready. He's like, I have a plan.
He goes, hold on. I
Oh,
swear.
I've got to send you something. Speaking of that, though, oh my God, you just gave me such a good idea. Okay, anyway, listen.
This better be a good
This one is a good idea, I promise.
All right, well, she's gonna turn back to Oz and go, okay, I know I kind of joked about it, but like, I don't know, again, like my dad and I had kind of like a strained relationship for most of my time. And even though I understand it better now, like, you've always just felt like such a huge stalwart piece of this journey the whole time. And everything you do is honorable. And I mean, everybody respects you for a reason. Would you be okay with being the one who, you know, if I'm going to trust anybody to put me into a soul binding contract with another creature, I'd want it to be you. That's how marriage works, right? Is it like soul binding?
Well, thank you. And no, it's not soul binding. It's just a promise you make to one another. Well, it's up to you to keep that promise. There's nothing forcing you to stay. You do it because you want to, and you keep wanting to.
Okay, that's really sweet. It's like a general marriage sentiment. I fucking love. Guys, that's my husband. I love him. Okay.
for clarification purposes, everybody watching this, real quick.
Is not the husband. Anyways, okay. That's really good advice. Thanks, Oz.
Thank you.
Now we got to talk about what you're going to wear.
The next 3 episodes all can be
Wedding planning.
I feel like
I know we're supposed to be after a unicorn horn right now, but like it's about to be what's that bridesmaid show? I don't even know.
Bridezilla.
Yeah, you know.
What is it?
Bridezilla, yeah, that one. That
Say
one.
yes to the dress. Or
Say yes to the
Bridezilla.
dress. I don't know. That's why I was
mean,
asking. Those sound like
say
bride
yes to the
shows.
dress. Oh gosh, Kaylin's gonna wear one of Liam's costumes because Liam's got more clothes than Kaylin does.
Listen.
All right.
Although this is a good time to
wow.
bring that up.
Yeah.
Did you say that your
God.
quarry was a dude?
Yeah. So there's a he and there's a her going in the head at this point. And the he is the one I remember, but the her is not.
So there's
But
more
I don't know
than
either of their
one?
names at this point. Yeah. There is.
Is that typical
There's 2.
for a Kalistar?
Oh no. No, it's not. It's so the way that like we interact with them normally, well, it's been kind of like on like overdrive here, because normally it's just kind of this like, you know, as our dear friend Clapperclaw would say, a gut feeling you get kind of guiding your decisions. And again, at night, the dreams are his dreams. But it's not his dreams, it's his memories. I see his life at night. When you all are dreaming, I see his life and things he's done and what he's dealt with. And then some nights I see hers. And I gotta be honest, a part of me kind of wonders if he gets a say in the end, if he'll even want to choose me. Because as important as I think that the fight is, I mean, he's been battling it for almost 2,000 years now. And he came here, and from his perspective, I abandoned him. He was alone. And she was there when I wasn't. And I kind of think he likes her, or like at least respects her for sure. And I don't know. I don't have like a way to talk to him directly. That's what sucks, is it's like, maybe if I think it, he knows I'm thinking it. I don't know. maybe if we get to meet her, she can tell me what he wants. Because just as much as all of you, obviously, want us to have gotten all our things back, if what he wants is to not come with me, I think he deserves that chance. But on the other hand, he might choose me and then you're stuck with all three of us. So I don't know what to say.
Did you just say you're 2,000 years old?
Oh, not me. He is. Yeah.
No.
He's actually immortal. Yeah. He's immortal. So like this version of him has lived for 1,800 years, but like there was a version of him beforehand. Actually, no, it's even more than that. I think he's like 30 or 50,000 years old. But he's really only been a part of us for 2,000 years. But he existed long before then. You know, come to think of it, dang, he is old, Elfie. Because all these memories, those aren't memories from his time on Eberron. Those are memories from Dalcor. That was before. Anyways,
Elfie's gonna be like, Elfie's gonna be standing there with his fingers kind of in the air, just kind of like trying like math out everything that you just said. And he's gonna get it. He's gonna like kind of go like this and be like, oh, and he's gonna go sit down.
yeah, I promise.
Really confused. Like
I know.
Very little brain width left to handle that.
I do promise you, sometime before we have our wedding, I'll explain it all. At least as much as I can. But for now, Kaylin's going to take out the little bit of water that she had in that cup that she was pretending was wayward water before. And she's going to say, I don't have real Tevinter wine, but I sure can prestidigitate it to make it taste like it. So she's going to prestidigitate it to make it taste like the finest vintage of wine. That's the customary one on where she comes from. And she's going to say, to love and friends. I know you all don't have glasses, so I'll cheers myself for us. And then she's going to hand it. She's going to hand it first to Elfie and say, pass around.
Okay, I was gonna take her literally and hand it to Liam.
I mean, yeah, Liam will partake. That's fine. Hey, drop a pin.
Man, I really thought we had something there with that wayward pool water. I was finally sneaky enough to deceive her to thinking it was something. There's a much better use of it.
Well, once we're out of here, we'll celebrate for real.
Cool. Was
Promise to
anybody
dance with me, Oz?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Gosh, how are we going to get an invite to Sporticus? Oh.
For everything, that is the last thing that I feel like we should bring.
I don't know. I feel kind of bad about how we ended things with him. I think he'd like a nice dancing festival. Oh.
Yeah, that does seem to be his cup of tea.
All right. Well, I'm ready for bed. Is here a safe place for us to take a long rest?
Yeah, I mean, I think somewhere along the mine shaft there, you guys would absolutely be able to find a spot to just kind of hunker down for a little while. I mean, it's probably not the most lavish, you know, it's hard rock ground and what have you, but I mean, it's safe, right? I mean, there's nothing. I mean, you're way down in a mine. There's not a whole lot of anything living down here aside from you guys. So, yeah, I mean, if you're looking to take a long rest, I think you can absolutely do that.
Cool. Anybody got anything else?
No. Here's all good.
Radical.
And I'm assuming when we sleep, I lose the temp hit point, temporary points. Goodness gracious.
Yep.
Let's just
until
go with
we
that.
wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, when you
So-
sleep,
so-
everybody gets to level up.
Yay!
All right.
Cool beans.
Thank
After being asked 17 times.
I swear to God.
All right. Well, what a session. Just from little old me's perspective, I started dead and ended engaged. So that's quite the roller coaster of a session for me personally.
Alice Mom would be proud. You're doing great.
Who? Oh God, that's good.
Holy crap.
Welcome in, Verb. You did come in just at the end. I do appreciate you popping in. We were just about to talk about when we're gonna play again. Yeah, what are we thinking?
Well, we can't do next Sunday because we ventured to water deep.
Oh, is that? Oh
That's
my
right.
God, a week from today. That's
It's a
nuts.
week
That's
from
a week
today.
from today.
Yeah.
Holy moly! Well, guys, before we talk about that, then, are you guys ready for a whole new adventure starting this next Sunday, where we start Waterdeep Dragon Heist, playing completely different characters. So that'll be kind of fun.
Sunday.
This Sunday.
So I am out Saturday and Sunday. Like I said, Sunday because of Waterdeep, but Saturday because
Yeah.
I'll be at my brother's house. But I'm free any weekday. So if you guys want to pick a day that day, that's fine.
Anything other than Thursday
No, we can't do tomorrow either.
or tomorrow. Yeah. So really Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday.
So Wednesday or Friday for me.
Okay.
Because
Gonna do
I'm out all day tomorrow and then I travel all day Tuesday.
So
You guys
do
wanna-
we
All right.
do
Wednesday.
Wednesday? Yeah. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and lock that in. Not really. If anybody has something come up, just obviously. So. But if you guys want to catch this next live show, I think we're gonna aim for this Wednesday. That'll be May the somebody give it to me.
It'll be
14th.
May the
The
14th.
14th. And are we gonna be looking to start that kind of early because it's a weekday, or do we just want to aim
I
for?
can't.
No, he's got work. So yeah,
So about 7 p.m.
is
Eastern
good.
Standard Time. All right, cool. So sorry you came in late, Verb, but if you want to catch the next live show, that'll be this Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Or if you want to watch it back on YouTube.
Or if you would like to go back and catch some of it, it'll be up on the Twitch for a while. But I do export all these to YouTube after the fact. So sometime tonight it'll be uploaded, and you can go back and check it out if you would like. Thank you for the gift sub, buddy. I had to at least swing in to tell you that my first session of Rhyme of the Frostmaiden went with my glad Tommy Mommy. She lost a drinking game to a forest gnome, rolled 2 nat 1s. Oh no! Well, hopefully you at least
gosh.
had fun, because that does sound, even though sometimes that's the thing about D&D is even in failure it can be really, really fun. First you. Who we
Amazing.
raiding? Does anybody have a raid target? We got to do our usual sign-off stuff before we go to raid. But if you want to find me somebody to raid Nugget, I would love that. Yeah. YouTube.
I think we've got. Is that a gamers playing Final Fantasy XVI, whatever that one is?
16?
16.
I don't know.
Yeah.
16.
Sure, that one.
Gamers Live? Absolutely. Let's raid Gamer. That sounds super fun.
Alright.
I've been dying to
Cool.
be able to raid him anyway. Ream stream. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, Nugget. I think we will hit up Gamer because we've not raided him before. So that would be super fun. And I do get to raid Dreams quite a lot. They're so awesome. She had blast made friends with the gnome and Destiny as a personal eating go. Nice. Heck yeah. Well, I'm super glad you had a good time. Guys, we're going to do our sign-off stuff. Again, we'd love to have you guys come hang out on Wednesday. I've been Vincent Page, Nephilim or Liam, your newly engaged Tiefling Valor Bard. Super, super excited to see what happens next, yo.
Yeah, I've been Ace. I've been the DM. I've been the one kind of laying out this ups and downs that everybody's unfortunately being dragged through. So, yeah, look forward to Wednesday where we get to do it all over again.
I am Elfie. I'm Foxy and I'm playing Elfie. Changeling Warlock, and it wasn't my fault we got into combat this time.
Yeah.
And I'm Jason playing Oz the cleric, soon to be wedding officiant.
I'm Lady Stuff, his IRL wife, playing Caitlin. Sorry. Get
Does
you a
everybody's
husband
awesome?
like this, all right, ladies? That's all I'm saying.
I'm so sorry. It throws me so far off that your real life husband is not only giving you away, but also officiating your marriage. I love it. Don't get
This
me wrong.
is
It's
called
hilarious.
excellent
but-
trust and communication, friends.
Absolutely.
And I've been playing Kaylin, the Kalish Tar Circle of Stars Druid.
And I'm Skynet, and I'm playing. Yeah, do I remember who I am? Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm Tyr Firefist, and I'm the half-orc barbarian, and I'm really hoping Liam asked me to be the best man.
Oh, I thought that. Okay, I'm sorry. I should have been like, yes, absolutely. My bad. I didn't mean for that to be that way. But as we've learned, I am an awkward mess. So let me tell you guys something. If you've never lived until you've romanced somebody else's wife in a D&D game and felt like an awkward potato the whole time, it's real bad.
Here's gonna go to bed tonight being the only person not asked to be a part of this wedding.
That's rough, buddy. That is rough.
Even she's over here sad that Clapperclaw can't be there, but nobody said that Tyr
Dear who. All jokes
Tyr,
aside,
who's
this has
Tyr?
been really super fun, and I'm glad that everything's been kept and open. And we've had discussions about it. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. It looks like we are going to go raid Gamer, and I'm excited to see you guys Wednesday. Although I will be live all this week. I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm sure at some point we'll do some Baldur's Gate if stuff's down, and I also did pick up Oblivion, which I'll probably play in between Baldur's Gate nights. So that'd be super fun. All right, guys.
Beautiful.
We'll see y'all the next time.